How's it going, guys? How's it going, Half Moon? Sounds like more Chris music. Indeed, it is Chris. It's the same Chris song. I think it might be. Wait, actually, no. There's probably more from him. Yeah. Yeah, how's it going, Mr. Glick? Goddamn, it's so cold today. I'm like, I didn't even want to get out of bed because of how cold it was. Yo, how's it going, RJ? Alright, so I did okay, so I'm actually proud of myself. Last night I did so much like boring stuff, like boring work on the game. And I finished I'm still gonna have to do more today and like for the next few days. But I'm glad I did it off stream because it was just like I was watching I think I was watching The Hobbit, and I was just kind of watching that on the side while doing level design. It was kind of nice. It felt pretty chill. Doing shitty but happy to see you live again. Oh, thank you, Half Moon. I appreciate it. I almost said half page because fourth page was like surrounding your comment. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna have those days. I'm still feeling kind of shit like yesterday, from yesterday and today. I think it's just the weather. It's making me feel like shit. NPC, your reality is leaking. You know what it is? I have to move my camera just a bit. There we go. The cold sucks. Let's move south, yeah. Gonna move to one of the southern states, Georgia. Honestly, I'm not sure. How is South Carolina? I wonder if South Carolina... I've been to South Carolina. I actually kind of liked... Well, I didn't really visit the areas. But the house I was visiting was very nice. I'm in the south and it's still cold. Oh. Where's the grass? There's no grass. How's it going, Juho? And Skull? I might have missed people's messages. I'm still waking up. The Hobbit gave you... Honestly, The Hobbit was pretty... It is pretty good. Like... I think any sort of like large like it's super inspiring because it's like, wow, they built this whole world, and it's like, yeah, it is nice. It does give me some inspiration, actually. It's not the type of story that I'm creating with Memory, or like, I don't know, because like in order to create that sort, like do that sort of world building, you need to dedicate a lot of your time to. And like, I mean, Lord of the Rings was like an entire, like a book, or like a series of books, whereas yeah, as a game dev you have to, you have to do all the game deving and then the story and the art, so there's a lot. I feel like most of my stories I'm going to try to like tackle something but not necessarily go too deep into it, just because I don't think I can. But who knows what the future holds. Maybe if we have like a whole team of like people working on a project, we could like do something bigger, where like someone could work on the story. But yeah, right now it has to be relatively simple. Even the story in this game has been like shrunken compared to what I wanted it to be originally. Puzzle Dust Codes, thank you for the follow. Yeah, how's it going, Adam? Did you see... Oh, I said, how's it going, Adam? How's it going, Kent? Did you see Adam made his Ludum Dare game I saw he was using Godot. I didn't see the game that he made, but I did see he was using Godot. No, Adam, I think uses Unity. Adam, you're talking about Adam C. Eunice. Adam the Pixel guy, yeah. I just do the Team Cherry way, keep adding until I can't add anymore. Honestly, that's what it feels like with like I can't wait for the day where I'm like working on this game, and I'm hoping there's a point where I'm just like, oh, it's finally done. I haven't reached that point yet, but I can't wait for that day where there's only there are only so many cherries that you could put on top of your game. But yeah, honestly, at least with this game, I'm so happy with the way it's turning out. Just a small pat on my shoulder. I was just thinking about that the other day. I was like, wow, I'm actually. I think I always liked this project, but even more so now, I like it. I think that's the thing with like also in general when it comes to like passion or like even passion project like. Yeah, like I've mentioned this before, but like, how do you know what your passion is until you've done it for a little while? You know, you don't really know until, you've spent a decent chunk of hours. Also, I spent a lot of time redesigning some of these rooms, so you might see. This is the first room. Remember, there used to be a checkpoint on the top left here. Now it's on the top right here. I'm going to be updating a bunch of these rooms. I'm trying to finish up like connecting, making each of the rooms seamless. But yeah, with the whole passion projects thing, like, yeah, I think it takes a while. Also, freaking, I need to fix this bug. You know what might have happened? No, never mind. I have a passion for not working for others. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I think I have a passion for like. I don't know if I would call it a passion, but I like the idea of like just independent stuff, indie stuff. Not necessarily. I don't mind necessarily working for others, but I do feel like a greater sense of purpose when it's like more in-house, if you get what I mean, or like just a smaller team of people doing something that they care about, where it's less about. Less about the capitalist aspect of things and more so just, hey, I'm really passionate about something. Personally, not that there's anything wrong if you have like this capitalistic mindset, or I won't say that there's anything wrong with it, but more so, like it's subjective. Have you thought about your music career yet? I think you have a nice singing voice. Want to join my band? Yeah, let's do it. I'm pretty good at humming along with like video game music live on stream. I was making coffee while we were. Oh well, I'm not really making coffee. I was just boiling water, and I have some almost finished instant coffee. And a mug. And I gotta refill my thermos. So I'll be right back here. I'm gonna... Oh, was my camera on this whole time? I was playing the game, and I didn't realize my camera was showing... Dude, I'm still so slow today. Was I really showing my camera this whole time? No, it was normal. I just switched. Okay, I'm so slow. I'll be right back. can see the steam in his room. Can you see the steam? I don't think you can see the steam. I think that's just the lighting effect, or like the frame rate of my camera, and the frame rate of my camera, and then the light. It does kind of look like there's steam in my room, though. Do 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 do. All right, give me 1 second. When are we getting a cooking stream? Eventually, I will have to do a cooking stream if I decide to do like a longer stream, which I do plan on doing. Ooh, it's so nice. It's so cold, and this coffee is super hot. Okay. Let's see. Do 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 do. Let me go back to the menu. Quit. Tools. Automatic scene switcher. Let's start that. What do we have planned for today? So yeah, I'm still gonna do more of the level design off stream, or sorry, like polishing the levels off stream. So I won't worry about it today. Better sound dashes, sound updates. Where's our to do? Also, why is this folder? How do we? I don't want this to be a child. Oh, here we go. All right. Banner auto tile bug. Yeah, there was I was messing with the game yesterday, and I found like there was this weird bug happening. I'll have to figure that out. Update pillars and floating particles for chapter 6. So I think that's what we'll do today. Yeah, let's just keep working on chapter 6. I want to keep... Today's Thursday. I want to try to get something done by Friday, so... There's going to be a lot of work to do. Steam the game library is in your room. Octo, you should enter the Octobit challenge. Octobit just finished. What's going on? I think I put way too much coffee in my comprehensive NPC. I also want to add. Okay, so I saw Memory actually is indexed on my game on speedrun, but it's like it's counted as an unofficial game. So maybe once I have a version 1.0, it'll be more. It would be considered more official. But I feel like it's already official. It already is official. All right. If anything, it's more official than other speedrunning games because there's the intention of it being speedrun. All right. What did we do? I guess we polished chapter 1 and 2. Actually, we polished chapter 2. I didn't polish anything else. Oh, and we also added lights, but whatever. You guys going Midian? What's the Git client? That's GitHub desktop. Okay. World demo. Should I? No, yeah, we're gonna do chapter. So it's called chapter 5 here. We might do some updates. Actually, I low-key want to fix some bugs today. I want to fix the banner auto tile. I'm also gonna fix. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna fix some bugs, and then after we fix some bugs, we will work on chapter 5 level design and updating some stuff. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna fix some bugs. Look how I just changed the course of the stream, or of my to-do, out of thin air. That's the nice thing about being a solo dev. You can do whatever the hell you want. Still moving. I'm not gonna work on that. Any other bugs? So I want to fix game enemy manager auto load crashes. I might want to fix this. Position of player on flight orb is inconsistent. You know, this would be an interesting thing to fix, actually. I don't know where I wrote it. It's not here, but here. Alright, we'll fix, honestly. Okay, so there's this weird bug that's currently happening where movement before switching states. You know what? I'm realizing now that it doesn't. Why would it even matter? I think there might be a different issue. We'll look into it today, because there's currently this weird thing that's happening in the game, specifically with the flight orb. You know, I want to bring my drawing pad back. When do you have a Kickstarter planned? I don't want to miss it. I plan on doing it in January. I'm trying to get everything done by January. Need to set some stuff up too. Need to set up a bank account for my business as well. That was actually the first reason why I postponed it originally, or like I started doing stuff and then I postponed that, because I didn't have a bank account for my business. I still don't. It's okay. You technically don't need one, but I would rather do it just to be safe. Legally, I don't know. I'm not. I plan on I've been working on this for 3 years. I plan on releasing the game. And honestly, there are no repercussions with Kickstarter. Like, let's say you fuck up. There are no, let's say for some reason you take the money and run. Technically Kickstarter can't do anything. Like, it's there's a trust system to it, but there's also it's kind of like an all or nothing sort of deal, because let's say your Kickstarter reaches 99% of its goal. If it doesn't reach 100%, at least 100%, you don't get anything. But yeah, I do want to set up a business, bank account, also for just, tax purposes. I'm sure you could keep it within your personal one, but I'd rather just separate. I'd rather start getting used to separating the two, especially like also with like when I do release it as well, I plan on putting everything under the business name rather than my name. One, there are less, because there are going to be a lot of things that I write off as well, like all the charges, like, you know, all the assets I bought, everything like that, all the commissions I've made, and yeah. Also, I'm not even sure like how much money. Like personally, I'm not concerned with receiving any money. All the all the money that goes into the project is going to go in. All the money that goes into the Kickstarter is going to go into the project. None of it needs to go to me. There's nothing I really want. The only thing that I would invest in, quote unquote, like splurge on, is like maybe a better camera to invest on the stream, or like maybe even a second. Like this is would be splurging. Is like if I got an extra computer to run like specifically for streaming. But yeah, that would be like the most I would spend on. But even then, I feel like there might be better purchases to make. I probably wouldn't make that purchase, to be honest. As much as I would like to, as much as like my you know, my consumer aspect of me would want to buy another computer, like my logical side would be like, hey, that's not a good purchase. You can do full-time streaming and become a million just from having a feet cum and wear shorts. True. You know, I feel like doing something like that could actually boost. You know, the thing is, I've been doing so well, or I think I'm doing well. Like I'm progressively, like if I look at my stats on Twitch, like I noticed, like it's progressively getting more and more, like more viewerships. And it's like, oh, that's a nice. But I feel like at a certain point, especially if you're in software and game development, you're going to plateau. But what's funny is like, yeah, doing something like that could actually not even like, let's say you wanted to boost your, not necessarily make money from like NSFW content, but make money from, or like, you know, just improve your game dev career, and like doing something NSFW would actually boost it. But I don't know. It's like once you go that route, like that's the path of no return. You'll be known as that, yeah, exactly, that one cringe game dev. Or that one, you know, intelligent, you know, game dev who was willing to take it there. 80% of viewers will be male, that's the risky part. You think that's the risky part? I would say that's the best part. And it's more like 95%. But yeah. I don't think I would, to be honest. Like we joke about it a lot. Things would have to be down really bad for me to switch switch to a different type of content here. I'm down bad. Octo, you are way too young to be saying that. Well, what did I want to draw here? Okay, so there was an issue with. Oh, you know what? I need to get used to. I wish they could just make an automatic layer, and then always leave this in the background. All right. So, what do we want to do here? So currently there's an issue with entering the dash state where, okay, you're in the dash state, you have motion. Let's say our motion is, it doesn't really matter. Let's say it's like 200 pixels. You enter the flight orb, which we'll make it a purple. The flight orb, on the entrance of the flight orb, on collision, we're resetting the play. Okay, here's the issue. Not only on the entrance, so this is what we started doing. On the entrance of the flight orb, we're resetting the player's position. So we're saying, player global is equal to, 0, 0. But the thing is, on the next state is when we're actually on the next frame is when we're actually updating the player's, updating the player's state. Because they're still, once they collide with this object, they're still in the dash state. Still in dash. And what's happening is, let's say it's 200, now it's 200 minus, now it's like, some arbitrary, we'll say it's 180 now. And it's 180 for, 1/60th of a second, so that's, divided by 60 pixels. So we're like right here, basically. And that's the problem. What we could do is reset the player's position both on the entrance state and when they collide with it, or just on the entrance of the state. Or the other solution is to throw the movement of this object, the movement of the player switch the movement of the player, handle the player's movement after we check all cases of the states. So it'd be checking through a lot of things before anything would happen. Which, I mean, let's say it's not a bad idea. Is it just me, or are you shouting in your mic? I'm not shouting. Yeah, I think this is my normal volume. My normal speaking volume. Yo, how's it going, CSLR? MS Paint stream Pug? Yes. How's it going, CSLR? Just the tone? I don't know. I don't think I'm shouting. So yeah, there's two solutions, and I want to explore moving everything to after the state. It's gonna be kind of annoying, but let's try it out. Do you like EDM music? Went to a Halloween rave this past weekend, and this artist named No Mana was playing. Super cool pixel art graphics to go along with some banger tracks. I don't listen to EDM on my own, really, but I don't dislike EDM. I think it's nice. All right. All right, let's see here. So we'll go into chapter 6. Chapter 5. All right, so we're gonna explore this first before we mess with the banner auto tile bug. Also, if I miss anyone's message, let me know. You have suffered a workplace injury. Are you gonna get workers' comp? Need to rewrite a good chunk of my networking code. We're doing a decent amount of well, I don't think we're gonna be rewriting too much, but yeah, we are fixing some stuff. So I know that feeling. Oh my god. Also, yeah, my reality is still leaking through here. I'll just push myself a little bit more to the right. There we go. Don't know if I can sue myself. Damn. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Do 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 do. Let me open up player. And honestly, we'll just try this out with the dash state and see how it looks. Actually, first, before we try it out, before we edit it, let me see if it's actually inconsistent in game. Have you ever tried punching yourself or slap? I can't say I have. Here, let's go into debug mode. All right. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on. I need to like do a horizontal dash. But yeah, you can already tell here it's inconsistent. But actually, I can't even tell what the origin is of this node just yet, because we don't really... Yeah, it's just very hard to see. But I know what happens. Actually, it seems very consistent. Did we make some sort of update? Here, let me bring this down, though. Like, let me go into this room, and I'm just going to make a duplicate right here, so that way I don't have to keep going back to see it. All right, so you know what? Let me go into that node as well and just make, because it right now it looks like it is centered, but I swear I've seen moments where it's not. And also, it might be just from the neutral, like maybe it has to do with the other mechanic in our game, like the force dash orb. And not necessarily the flight orb. Maybe the flight orb, maybe on collision with the flight orb, we set the player's motion to vector 2-0, but then we're doing dash motion. Oh, but the thing is, for dashes, specifically for dashes, if we set the player's motion to 0 on collision with this flight orb, it doesn't matter, because we set the initial speed of the player. Actually, I don't even remember. I don't remember what we do, but here, let me also grab our force dash. Let me just throw it in to our objects. Bum, bum, bum. It looks perfect to me. Why does it look perfect now? We were having... I could have sworn this was an issue. It's almost a non-issue. It's almost a non-issue, but it was like such a minor thing that I wanted to see it updated. But it seems like it's perfect right now. I don't get it. It does seem weird here, though. Oh, wait, the lanterns are so good now. You like them? Yeah, I added particles to the inside instead. Alright, you know what we could do to test this out? We could just see what the players... Like, we should just print out what the motion is. Running ad position... Let me get rid of some of this stuff, though. So yeah, the animations, I think they're decent. I think they could be better though, personally. Had to rewrite my method of storing peer information last week, and that was annoying. Storing peer information. Peer information, like, one user's information to another user's information versus one user's information to the server. Peer ID and username, I see. Boom, 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 boom. All right. What other things are we printing here? Motion on dash. Let's get. Actually, we might want to see the motion on dash. Area exit. Actually, yeah, this might help. If we're printing motion on neutral and motion on dash. So let's see what happens. We could also technically see what motion on. I'm not sure how I'm gonna debug this. We'll see. All right, so let's see this. Motion on neutral. Okay, so yeah, you can see it right here on the first state of our player. We're in the neutral state right now, and on the first frame, our motion on the neutral state is -80. So that's already incorrect. But actually, it seems like it's more so not an issue of us, not an issue of our dash momentum being preserved, but more so. Wait, let me see. Collided with force dash orb, activating. So activating force dash. So it is activating, and on the next frame, our motion is negative 346. And then after that, it's weird. There's two things that seem to be wrong here. One, we're activating the node. We're still in the dash state, and then after we've exited the dash state, our global position. One, our motion is still not 0 after we've activated this node. And then the other issue is that once we're in the neutral state, for the first frame of our neutral state, we're at -80. There's two weird things that are happening. And it's almost negligible. Again, it's barely even noticeable because it is actually -80. But I want to see. I also want to see something. I want to see what our global position is on collision with this object. I assume it's 136 -88. Let me see. 136 -80. So yeah, that's the origin of this object right here. Global position on exit state global position on exit. I assume this is global position on exit of dash, but let me see. It could be exit of orb. I'm not actually sure. What the hell just happened? Oh shit. Yeah, how's it going, Solus? Been a couple of days. What you been up to? It's a single server with different objects for each lobby, so I need a way to get peers in a lobby to avoid calling RPCs on everyone in the server. What's an RPC? I literally have no experience with like anything networking related. Remote procedure call, I see. Went to a concert yesterday. Maybe it was the same concert Hellraiser went to. Oh, wait, no. Hellraiser went to a rave. Not a concert. RPC is calling the same function on everyone, right? It's not everyone, but a specific peer. Went to a Dutch artist, so I doubt it was the same. How was it though? All right. Let me print this out. So, when are we calling this? So, put global position on exit. On exit state. So just on every, is this for, I think this is for our dash state. Okay. So on the exit of our player dash, our position is actually correct. And then we're forced into the neutral state. So let's look at that real quick. Neutral.tscn. First concert I've been to. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. When are we setting motion on the player? Okay, so if state is not equal to cut dash early. Or our dash node is not cut dash early, but we are cutting the dash early. But I wonder if this is specifically done on a different, like, the only thing is cut dash early. Let me see. When are we setting that? Dash. When are we using cut dash early? What the hell? Seems like it's a variable that we've created and never use. But this is literally the thing that would solve our problems. I think so. Yeah, I think we could just. I think maybe I did write for this in the game, or like I did write for this, and then we never implemented it, and it was just not even noticeable. Let me see. But I'm just wondering if this is the approach I want to do. So yeah, we're saying if dash node cut dash early. Wait, if not. Oh, okay, yeah. And then we would say, okay, your motion is equal to this. It's equal to the dash direction times 80. Yeah, okay. This works out. So let's go back into the dash state. Depending on what we want to do, so like, for example, in our update function, do we want to say, so on enter force neutral, we would basically want to throw it in here. We'd want to say cut dash early is equal to true. Oh, enter force neutral, okay. I guess this is how we want to do it. And then if we do it this way, we don't really have to worry about like fudge player, all this kind of stuff. I'm still wondering if we do want to throw it down here. But I mean, I guess if we can avoid, because it does seem like it's actually not even, it's a non-issue, because if motion on neutral is just set automatically, it doesn't even matter. Our position on the exit of the our position on the exit of our dash state is oh wait, 136, negative 88. Let me just make sure. Let me just double check. It did say 130. I think it did say 136. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think we're good. First concert is always one to remember. My first concert was it was actually pretty cool. It was I think it was called The Big Four. It was like a bunch of like, it was like really popular like metal bands. It was freaking Metallica. It was like a bunch of like really big names. Metallica, and then I think there was what is it? Is it Slayer? Megadeth. Oh yeah, this one. Or I guess it's considered the Big Four already. The concert was called Big Four, but yeah, this was the first concert I went with like my mom and some. I was like very young too, but they wanted to take me. So I'm gonna do my festival summer 2024. It's gonna be sick also. Amon Amarth. I actually know that those guys. Trivium and Children of Bodom was my first concert. Those are like death metal. Well, actually, I only know Amon Amarth. I don't know the other ones. All right, I think we fixed it. Let me see. I did it on chapter 4. Let me go back to chapter 5. Wait, it still says 80. Oh wait, but I think it's 80 from here. Wait, yeah. It's not moment of truth. It's good. It's good now. There we go. And our motion is 136, negative 88. We're good. Nice. Hell yeah. So I think the motion on this one is actually fine. Let's see. So on our exit state, our global position, motion on dash, position on exit is 232, negative 88. Just make sure. 232, negative 88. So the position on the exit, I think that's the most important. We can also record on the entrance of the flight state just to make sure, but I think it is fine. I'm actually, maybe I'm still waking up and I don't know why it's fine. It's actually weird to me that it's fine. Player dot global position. Boom, 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 boom. All right. 132. 232 negative. Okay, yeah, we're good. So it was just one. It was actually the bug was just a product of us not cutting our we created a variable for it, and I just never even put it into the script, or never put it into our neutral state to account for. The one thing though, I just noticed is there is one other bug. Let me see if I can replicate it. I think I just noticed it. It might be hard to replicate. I'm gonna keep doing it until I thought I saw it messing up on us. I want to keep. It's just very difficult to replicate here. Yeah, boom, boom. Melodic death metal. Dude, I can't replicate this bug. Or, I mean, we could just check. Could just make sure. Dude, my monitor keeps turning off. I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah. All right, let me just make sure in our neutral state, we're going into the flight state. Because that's, yeah, that was the issue. Or like either our motion is, let me see, enter force neutral. The thing is, we have this enter force neutral. Player, wait, oh wait, no, this is something else. On update, okay. Dead, do we have anything with fly? No, it doesn't seem like it. How are we checking in? Okay, if states.fly node.fly orb collide is what we do. So we want to make sure that we throw this into the neutral state as well. We were moving in the neutral state, and then after we moved, that was the thing that was okay. So there were two inconsistencies in our game, and it had nothing to do with us running movement before. Oh. Okay, no, never mind. I thought I saw something. So yeah, we just want to throw this in here. If player.flight node.flight orb collided on the neutral state. And I think that, yeah, that was the only issue. So we were moving on the neutral state, and then we've already collided with the orb, so our position was getting reset. But we were still moving, and then the second we go into the fall state, that's when we were getting sent to the flight state. So it was just, yeah, it was just odd. But now it's good, I think. I think it'll always be consistent. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I think it is now always consistent. All right, cool. Again, it was a very minor bug, and honestly, it would barely even affect the gameplay. The only time it would really affect the gameplay is if we had like a flight orb really close to a spike. And then, you know, you did like a right dash into it, and then, yeah, you collided with the spike instead of, or you collided both with the spike and the flight orb, and then you would die. I'm thinking of also doing something where maybe if you collide with a certain object, we override, like let's say you hit a, actually it really depends, because like if you hit a spike first and then you hit, I'm trying to think, if you hit a spike first and then you hit a spring on the same frame, or on the same frame of the player being in a certain state, I think maybe, yeah, we should prioritize removing the as long as you hit the object first, actually. As long as you hit, like, let's say there's a spring right here and you hit the spring, and then you hit the spike, we need to make sure that the spike isn't registered. If you hit the spike first, that's a different story on the same frame, because that means, you know, you are like on a, you know, sub frame level, I guess you could say. You did hit the spike first, and you should be punished for it. But right now you're being punished for hitting a spring first, for both cases. I won't fix that just yet, but that is something that we need to write down. Fixed movement on neutral state for both flight, for force dash and flight orb. All right. Let's see. This might be an annoying bug to fix, but I do need to fix this ASAP. Wait, no, we didn't fix this. Do 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 do. Oh, that was this right here. Underlying issues were updating position. So I wrote that this is the underlying issue, but it actually isn't. I'm still unsure why that isn't the issue. We're probably just doing something. I probably did like write something for it, and then like, or as long as I'm actually confused as to why it works perfectly on the flight orb. Like it makes sense on the force dash, but on the flight orb, I don't know why our position is not being pushed forward just a bit. Or let's say we jump in, like here, let me try this right now actually. I guess I'm trying to think, how do we even handle dash? Because I thought the way we handle dash movement, it's not like we set an initial velocity of the player and then we call it a day. It's more so like we set a speed and we manipulate it. See, we have this dash current speed. So it's not like we're manipulating the player's motion. Like we keep updating the player's motion. It's not like we set it to 0 and then, or we set it to some value and then that's it. Like we literally have this variable here that keeps updating on its own. It's not like, yeah, it's not like we say, oh, initial dash speed and then keep going. It's like every frame we're update, we set the specific speed on the entrance or like on every frame of the player. So the second they leave the state, or like while on the last frame of that state, there is still some value being added to the player. And once you switch to the next state, I mean, we are resetting the player's motion, but in between that, there should have been, if we're resetting the player's global position on collision with an object, they should just move like I said right here. They should be like 1 pixel off or something, or maybe it's so negligible that it just doesn't happen like that. But it's 1/60th of a second. So like, let's say what is a minimum speed? Our minimum speed. Let's see. Our minimum speed on a player's dash, I think, goes up to 80. Let me see. Maybe it is just negligible, and that's why it's not affecting the gameplay. All right. So we look at our dash. My dash on the player is 103. So 103. I mean, that's 2 pixels. 103 divided by 60. 1.7. So we should be like 1 pixel off, but we're not, or at least 1 pixel off. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, you know what's worse? You know, there's only one thing worse than like something not working, a feature not working, and that's a feature working and you don't know why it's working. Trying to think. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. What could be... Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Let me see something. What are we doing on the entrance of the neutral state? I mean, we're doing this. Do we ever mess with the player's global position? Well, I wonder if it has to do with like... Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm not understanding how collisions are working in the game. Because I assumed, like... I'm pretty sure my assumption is, like, I'm pretty sure I looked into this. But, like, okay, let's say you collide with an object. Let's say, you know, let's say we're in the dash state, we collide with this object. It's happening on that same frame. on that previous frame, and then on the next frame it's already been registered, or like, I mean, our states are registering it on the next frame. So like, you know, if you're forced into the neutral state, or let's say it's forcing us into the flight state, technically the the things like the, let's say we didn't reset the player's motion, technically they would be pushed this way from this dash here by like that 1 pixel. That's what I'm like weirded out by. But yeah, it's not an issue. So should I just ignore it? See, global position. The only time we set global position is on set neutral state duration is equal to, oh, if states node dash node enter force dash is equal to true, we're saying player global position is equal to force dash box. Our center node on the, there's like, this is actually ran twice. Because we're already just resetting the motion, and I'm pretty sure if we look at collisions with this object, we're also, maybe we're not actually, maybe force dash box. Oh yeah, actually we're not. So this is where we handle it. So this one is, I guess, spoken for, but the flight state, let me see, global position. Yeah, we don't update the global position anywhere here. It's done on the collision with the dash orb. But on the entrance of, let me see, when are we setting motion? It's equal to vector 2. Hold position is equal to vector 2, 0. So on the entrance of the state, our player's motion is set to vector 2, 0. So on enter state, wait, let me just... Again, our motion and our global position was correct. But our motion, I mean, let's see, player.motion. So on the entrance of this state, let's see. Boom, boom. And it matters, like, basically we have to try this on a dash state. Motion, okay, yeah, there we go. Motion on the entrance of this state is 238. Our global, but it's so weird because our global, oh wait, let me just make sure one more time. So there is an issue. Our motion on the entrance of the flight state is 265. So we should be, but our okay, wait, let me think about this. So on that frame, our motion is set to 265. This is on the entrance of the state, but we are updating it afterwards. So at the end of the fly state like function, it will be 0. On the end of the enter fly state function, it will be 0. But when are we registering movement? When are we saying, oh, movement? You know. So that means on the exit of the dash state, our movement is still 265. Do we want to tell... Does it matter? Because it says our global position is still 232. Here, let me do this. I also just want to... I think we're looking for problems where there aren't any. So motion on fly, and then I also want to say global position on fly. Okay. All right. This is from me pressing input. Let me try that again. So global position on fly. Motion on the entrance of the fly state is 0, 0. Or sorry, on the first. Motion on enter fly is -3. Motion global on the first frame. Yeah, it's correct. All right. Magically, it's correct. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, there aren't any issues anymore. So I guess there is no point of me, because I was gonna say I should start running movement after we check for changes in the state, but it seems like it's not even a problem. So I guess we'll just leave it. Okay, cool. Banner auto tile. So there's a weird bug on our banner. Let me see. Are there any other bugs we want to fix today? Auto tile 2 mass edit rooms won't work when has values manually set. I feel like I won't care about this too much. Flashing on first instance of main scene. Make sure. I think we did all of this. I don't think there are any more bugs on that one. We also fixed this bug as well. Crash on spamming pause on switching chapter. So the only way we can switch chapters currently is through the main menu, so it doesn't matter. Unless, wait, technically we can switch chapters if we beat a chapter. I wonder if it's still, if that bug still happens. What chapter, where does this take us? Here, let me actually just try it out on a different chapter, so I don't have to keep messing with this one. I should change the title of this stream to bug fixing. But I think we will, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to fix this one, the banner auto tile bug. I'm hoping it'll be relatively quick. That way we can get back into updating chapter 5. Also, I do want to update the names of things, so I might do that as well today. Update chapter 5 to be chapter 6. Polish equals bug fixing. You know, someone mentioned, I think... Who mentioned? I think it was Zendra. If you guys know Zendra, I think they mentioned like, they on release, what's that game called? Hades had so many bugs, like a bunch of bugs, and like they released the game and they still have a bunch of existing bugs that they just didn't fix or like haven't fixed yet. So it makes me think like, as long as they're not huge bugs, I can kind of keep... As long as they're not any game-breaking bugs and they're kind of just minor issues, I think it is... like, obviously there are bugs that are, like, big... Like, this one was a big issue. The movement before switching states, while it is negligible, I take... Like, at least for me, I take the most pride in movement in the gameplay, and if there's inconsistency in there, that's a big no-no, for me, at least. So that was, like... a huge thing. It's not even a polish bug. That's a like I have to fix that. Whereas something like, let's see, what's a bug that's more so polish and I don't really care for too much. For example, this is a necessary kind of like a bug that banners in the background don't seem like, yeah, the banners in the background is not a game breaking bug, but it is like on releasing the game that has to be fixed. For me, it's not a game-breaking bug, but it's like it's a feature in the game, and it's like that. It definitely has to be. I'll show you the issue, and it's a recent bug. Like I think I just did something weird recently, and then I broke. Honestly, all of the auto tiling stuff, like the automatic like adding decorations and stuff like that is just it's written terribly. My justification is like, you know, I'm the only one that's really using it in the editor. So I never really cared, but at a certain point, I feel like I might want to rewrite that if I want to create like some sort of level editor. But I think when that happens, the entire thing is just going to be refactored. It's kind of messy at the moment. I'm just going to fix the bug. That way we can get back into development. But the issue right now was that I am spawning two banners on our auto tile specifically for when we have. I'll explain it later. We'll get to it pretty soon. Actually, probably get to it almost now. Let me see. Was there something I wanted to do? So, for example, this is a bug that is very minor to me. The eye reset animation is kind of weird to me. And I think it's a bug. It might be something else, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Like in the code rather than maybe like the animation was just weirdly set. Hit spike on other object. Make sure to register the spike and ignore. Oh yeah. Okay, so like for example, this is a bad bug, but it's also something that I don't know why it's like lower in my priority list. But yeah, for instance, this one is pretty minor. Mainly because this can be avoided with level design. I think that's why I'm not too crazy about fixing this one, but I should fix it relatively soon. Another one, remember when we had this? Like, this was another issue in the game. The fireboxes not killing the player once it reset on that node. I fixed this bug, but again, like it was a minor issue because it's a bug of like, it's not a game breaking bug, and it's a bug that doesn't hurt the player. If anything, it helps the player. So I was like, it doesn't really matter to fix it, but we did fix it. But yeah, this one has to be fixed. It is a polish bug, but it's something that is necessary for the game, in my opinion, because it's, I don't know, especially since it's for the first chapter. It's like, you know, for people who for people who play the game on their first go, like it does set a first impression. So yeah, we'll actually go into chapter 1. I'll show you the bug in just a second. It's definitely something that I did within the past week to break it. Alright, so you can see here we have almost no every time I'm running the auto tile, our banners are not spawning anymore. So I ran the auto tile recently on this room, I ran it on this room, I ran it on this room. I didn't run it on this room, and you can see we have the banners here. We can see we have the banners here. And here, almost everywhere except for the rooms that I've been updating recently. So I did fix the issue. Or like, I didn't fix it, but like I figured out, here, let me see. Okay, so I'm running run border tile map, nothing is happening. If I do run tool, interesting, we get the banners. Okay, something is very interesting here. You can see we're running the tool and the banners are actually spawning correctly, and then our pillars have disappeared. If I do run a static script on, let me see, I forgot what the auto tile type I believe is 3. So if we do run a static script again, what's interesting is that the position of this object has been set weirdly, and it's the reason why is because on the original version of the game, let me try that again. You have a script that tiles your rooms, yeah. Well, I have a script that updates the tiles for like aesthetic reasons. For example, placing these banners here, or you see the pillars that are drawn. Those are like automated. You see these dudes right here. The two. It might be hard to see, but there are like 2 dudes on either side, usually of the pillars. But you can see it's offset now. And you can also see that there's another set of dudes right here for some reason. So like, recently it's all gone to crap. I think if I reset, let's say we reset everything, you can see the pillars are actually in the correct positions. They're aligned with the 2 light nodes that we physically placed here, so that's the one thing that's consistent. If I run auto tile again, you'll see one. Okay. Here's the issue. We're getting the correct banners. We're getting one here and one here, but then we're also getting one in the middle here, one in the middle here, and then just randomly placed everywhere. And then the dudes. Well, the dudes are not even... Okay, there is consistency with the placement of the dudes. There's one on this side, there's one on this side, but then there's another one right here in the middle, and then it's as if it's registering that there is another pillar. There's one pillar here, and then it's as if there's another pillar here, because they're very... they are, I guess, meticulously placed here, but then there's a random one here. It seems like there's randomness placed here, but then also... something is wrong here. So yeah, there's just a few issues, and I'm not entirely sure why. And then also on this side, this dude is correctly placed, and this dude is not. Like, I honestly don't know what the hell is going on. This is something that recently happened. Use pillar offset. I remember I had something with this. I'm not entirely sure what I did with offset. Thought they were statically placed. This technology looks too fancy. We'll see again. So yeah, I don't know what... I broke this recently. Like, this was working perfectly. But, okay, I remember... Okay, so that's the thing. We made this tool, and we were like, this is the only chapter where these things are placed in a certain way. Everything in every other chapter, they're just randomly placed, and I don't even care. But specifically for this chapter, there was some design to it. And I know in our script, I think what we did was we specifically grabbed this tile here, and we were like, okay, this one's gonna have a special case to it. And I think we did have some sort of offset information recorded here, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it seems like it's broken now. So what Nightmare Fuel music is playing right now? All right. We'll have to go through the script again. I wonder if it has to do with... one, it might have to do with this, the offset. Use pillar reference has to be set to 1. The vine frequency does not matter at all. The scaffolding type set to 3, which is these tiles right here. Seed input, auto tile index. I don't know if the auto tile index matters here. We'll set it to... Actually, it's supposed to be 19. Let's find out what's wrong. So if I run border tile map, you can see everything is broken yet again. Here, I'm going to delete everything again, and we're going to keep running it until we figure it out. Let me say use pillar reference is set to off and see what happens. So if we say pillar reference is off, it randomly places these objects, and it also randomly places the banners. And this is what we usually run in our chapter. But specifically for this chapter, we say use pillar reference, run it, and then for some reason, well, we're still getting these correctly, but then these are spawning randomly, and the bottom ones are just... You know what's interesting, though? These ones are correct. These ones are almost correct. They're just... Yeah, I'm not sure why. It's like... just barely off. And then they're also like way more. So let's look at use pillar... Let's look at this function right here, use pillar reference, because that seems to be what's causing the issue. Let's go into our auto tile script here, and we'll see use pillar reference. So NPC, I'm half done with the skeleton of PC's walking animation. Nice. Skeleton of PCs. What are PCs? Playable characters walking animation. I am half done with the skeleton. I should have known that, right? Personal computer, yeah. That's what I was thinking originally. PC is the non-playable character. Nice, you're done. You're halfway done. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do another stream showcasing it today? AI PC walking animation. What does it mean? PC equals peeing crouched. Or politically correct. Do you consider PCs as player characters or playable characters? Playable. I would say playable characters, right? Although, what would you consider, like, if you're playing a game that lets you control different characters that also have their own, like, for example, if you're playing, what's that game? Fire. What's that game called? It's a Nintendo. It's like a turn-based game. Nintendo. Fire Emblem. Yeah. If you're playing Fire Emblem, there are NPCs, right? Or like other characters that have their own story. But you can also play them. Are they NPCs or are they also PCs? Those are called side characters. Yeah, the game is Fire Emblem. Playable characters would imply that they would be more than one character that players could play as. They're throwaway characters. A real NPC can't be played, that's why it's called an NPC. How's it going, Pagorli? If you remove the G in Pagorli, it's poorly. Alright, so here's the script here. If child get name, we remove it. Otherwise, we add a new node, create the instance, add child, set owner, add vines, pillar, use pillar for vines, and use node. If use pillar for vines, add valid cells. So we've created our valid cells. Tile map that add valid cells to our wall decorations auto tile. Valid ceilings. Valid ceiling cells. We want to print this out. Wall decorations auto tile dot valid ceiling cells should only be. Now let's print this out. There should only be 4 in total. Wall decorations auto tile dot valid ceiling cells. Yeah, how's it going, Pajorli? Your dead cells. Alright, so we delete everything. Let's see all of our valid ceiling cells. Boom. We say run tool, run aesthetic script. What the hell? What? Dude, fucking there is a goblin in my game. There's a goblin, I mean, there's a fucking gremlin in my computer who, like, just switches, like, freaking 1s and 0s from time to time. And the only fix is for me to print it. Like, whenever I print something, then it does it correctly. But I did do something different. I said run aesthetic script, and then I said run border tile map script, but you're sleep deprived. Honestly, dude, what the hell? You watch Fight Club? Who hasn't watched Fight Club? Yeah, I saw a penis. All right, let's see. Let's see this again. Run tool. Okay, wait. The scaffolding type we need to set to 3. Run tool, run. Okay, so here we can see it again. It's wrong. We say run a static script and then run. Yeah, let me delete everything. Ah, yes, the programming goblins. Yeah, they're real. All right, so here, okay, it's happening again. Here, okay, there's the issue. What I seemed to do though, it seems like I did what I did this. I said run tool, and then I said run aesthetic script. The aesthetic script updated, and then we said run border tile map, and then okay, it's happening again. The bug, and it's hard to see because there's a bunch of stuff in our way. So let me try it again in this chapter. So I'm gonna delete everything yet again. Nothing is here. We're gonna say run tool, run border tile map. Why the hell is it doing it correctly here? I have scaffolding tile map set to 3, our auto tile index set to 19, run tool is set to true, and magically it seems to work here. One thing to note is that the ceiling is, evenly distributed throughout this room here. But I remember like coding for this, and I don't think this should be a problem. At the end when everything is blowing up, yeah. So throughout the movie, they have like a few frames where they show, Brad Pitt. Actually, I mean, honestly, if you haven't seen Fight Club, like, I guess this is a spoiler, but like, you should have seen it. It's a very old movie. But yeah, there are a few frames where they show Brad Pitt. For some reason, I won't give the spoiler, but I'll say, I guess it's not really. I mean, I didn't notice it my first time viewing the movie, but also, I was very young. That's his schlong? No. In the first few frames, it's just him. You're still very young. You're very young, Pagorli. How about that? You can write penis, but you can't write schlong. Can you write penis? Pretty sure you probably can't. And I had to allow it. Oh, wait. Penis. I probably allowed it at some point. That's probably why you can say it now. But not schlong. Interesting. Yeah, actually, I guess because penis is a an anatomy, human, like human body part, whereas schlong is like almost like maybe sexualized. Or has more potential to be sexualized. Schlong is more tame. It makes no sense. I don't think so. I think I would say it's like, because I can imagine, like, let's say you have like a really popular, girl streamer, and someone was like, "Hey girl, how about I show you my schlong?" Like, I feel like that's more I feel like that would be a more clip that. No, please don't. I'll delete it. I promise. But don't worry, Pagorli is on it. Boom, boom, boom. So what the hell? Why is it working now? Okay, so I see here are the settings we have. Scaffolding type is set to 3. Use pillar references on. We do have a minimum pillar distance that we set up here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but it has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, there is one inconsistency here, and that's that we have these tiles on the bottom here, and then we also have the same thing set up. Here, let's look at this room. So let me go open up this room, and let's try running border tile map. So one, it disappears if we don't run have run tool set up, and then by default, our vine frequency or the vine type that we have set up here is not 3. So let me save that, run tool again, run border tile map. And you can see again, we have the freaking 20 million things, and current ground is larger than 0. What is this? Current ground larger than, what does that even mean? If current ground indexes is greater than 0. All right, so let's get rid of that. All right, run tool. Let's see what we're printing here. Cell max is -14. Okay, so valid ceiling cells. Valid ceiling cells is like, we're printing way too much here. Got it, 1080p at 60 FPS. Honestly, there's been worse things that have been said. I'll still probably delete it, but there have been worse things. Like colonoscopy. Like colonoscopy. But Girly, do you cyberbully any other streamers? Or is it just me? I feel like you love every streamer except for the practical NPC. So what the hell? Why is it? Alright, let me see. What are our valid cells are just every ceiling cell. I'm just saving memories. 8, -19. Okay. So why? Yeah, let me look at this again. Valid ceiling cells. So if you use pillar vines, we say tilemap.add vine cells. Add valid cells. Valid ceiling cells that append. And then what are we doing here? Why the hell is this one working and this one isn't? Here, let me try something. Let me remove I'm gonna remove this right here. Keep it empty like that, and then run it again. See, okay, let me see. What's the difference between these two? Let me screenshot this. It's literally the same for everything except we're saying run tool. So let me try to figure this out. I'm going to delete all of these nodes here. Run it again. And again, we're still getting 19. We did something to get this to work. And there shouldn't be anything. Let's see. Run reset, or sorry, run tool, run aesthetic script. We run the aesthetic script and then we say run tool. Still it's doing the thing that we don't want it to do. Also, our wall decorations is in this node. Let me try throwing it out here, because I wonder if that was the issue. Let me see. Where is it? In this one. Vines, tile map, decorations. So in this one... Wait, where is it? Wall decoration. So in this one, our scaffolding tile map is outside of the decorations node. So maybe that's the issue. Let's see. Run tool. Here, you know what? Let me just delete. I think we automatically create this node. If we delete it, if it doesn't exist, it gets automatically created. Oh, look at that. Now it works. So maybe it's like, maybe we have like an old, maybe there's no script on the one of these nodes. Maybe we should just delete all of the old ones, and then like we do have that in our script. Do I really bully you? I don't want to be a bully. I want you to live your life freely. You don't bully me. Pigorally. And even if you did... Pigorally, I'm a masochist. I just want to be constantly on your mind. No, actually, it's an honor to be... Wait, what the hell? Where's my script here? Is there... Did we, What the frick? Did we write a bug or something? Why is my auto-tell script not here? Or where are my tools? My tools? I need my tools. Did we write a... Oh, yeah, we did. What the hell? What happened? There we go. TCAP, how's it going? Did I hear that correctly? What'd you hear? Whoa, what's going on? Penis. Welcome, good cheeseburgers. Is it? Did I just hum the SpongeBob song? No. So you didn't hear that. You did not hear that correctly. The fun? No, I definitely did not sing that. Or if I did, maybe it was a complete coincidence, or like it sounded like something else. What are you up to, TCAP? Hope it's going... How's your golf game? Did you finish your golf game? Your golf Twitch game? Do you know that melody? I know the fun song. Doo-doo-doo. But I'm pretty sure I was singing along with Overdrive by Laserhawk. The golf game is goated. It is indeed goated. I'm terrible at it, but it is goated. Laserhawk. What the hell? I'm hearing TCAP. I was like, what the hell? What am I listening? What am I hearing? Totally playable, but can't always add... Well, it can always add more levels / mechanics. I see. So what you're saying is you didn't... yeah, what are you working on recently? This was 8 hours ago. I have no idea, but some mini golf is guaranteed. Oh, so you're still working on it. It doesn't have a wind mechanic. Oh, wow. You're adding way more to it. Nice audio. Oh, yeah. It's some Twitch bot, mini golf, and Rust. What's the game about? It's a Twitch game. So it's an interactable Twitch game. golf game gonna be the best? But yeah, thank you again for the raid. If you have any links you want to share, by the way, so chat can control it. So chat has their own golf ball. It's kind of like, have you ever played? Is it Golf with Friends? The Steam game. It's called Golf with Friends. You know the golf game that everyone plays. It's like that, but on Twitch, but 2D and calculated via chat. Yeah. And better. Because it's made by TCAP. But yeah, welcome everyone. We are currently trying to fix a bug. It's a super minor bug. I think we were onto something. But I'll show you guys some of the gameplay. Lately, we've actually just worked on a new chapter. I'll show you guys what that looks like in just a second. So we're on chapter 5. We just fixed a minor movement mechanic, a minor movement bug, and now we're on to fixing other minor bugs. I do have to update this chapter. That's the next thing on our to-do list after we fix the pillar, the vine bug. But yeah, this is the new mechanic of this chapter. It's basically just a flight orb thing. Every chapter usually introduces a new orb to collide with, usually, but not guaranteed. A new movement mechanic usually is what it introduces, and this one is the flight orb. Here, I can turn off the debugger here too. It's just push. Yeah. I mean, I would say we don't want to downplay it, but yeah, it's it grabs the player. It's a 2D game. You can determine the strength of how much you want to push it, and then the angle, which is basically what Golf with Your Friends is. This looks super good. Thank you, Altano. This is one of the newer chapters. This is actually the final chapter. The mechanic of it is pretty simple at the moment, but it's going to be combining all other mechanics from the previous chapters, and that's what will add to the difficulty here. The mechanic itself is pretty simple, but it's also, I think, in my opinion, very satisfying. The animation, I think it shows potential, and I think we're going to make better animations pretty soon. Or by the time of release, it'll have a better animation. I know TCAP already did easy. Yeah, TCAP, I remember watching TCAP play Celeste too, so. No, TCAP is good at platformers. In fact, this game is actually easy. I would say it's actually easier than Celeste. I do apply a lot of the same philosophies in terms of level design and responsiveness in the game. But yeah, I would say in a nutshell, at least in the current moment. So I plan on releasing a base version of the game, and then I still want to update the game as I go. I want to add way more levels, kind of like in Celeste, how they, first they had, the base game, chapters 1 to, 7, and then, actually, I wonder, I actually don't know, but I know, Farewell was added later in development, so I kind of want to do something similar, where it's we'll have the base game, but then there'll be more content in between, or after I release. Well, Farewell. Metroid Geek. Never played Metroid. Bruh. I've never played Have I ever played Metroid? I think I've played some version on the GameCube, but I've never... It's so sad, actually, because I've had a decent amount of games on the GameCube, but I never had a memory stick. So I've never... I've gotten far in so many games, and then I just, was never able to finish it. Especially, there's this one game that I played so much of as a kid, but I never got to finish it. Or like, I'd get so far and then never beat it. I forgot the name of the game, but it was like the Sonic game with the memorable like Escape City song. The City Escape one. Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure 2, yeah. So I had that one, and I remember getting so far in the game, and like, it was always so discouraging to play it again. I always remember, like, I would get to a certain part, and I'd be like, ah, yes, I'm finally at this part. Now I can actually play the game. Or, like, that was the fun part, because, like, you know, the cityscape part is always fun to play. But yeah, it's obviously when you repeat it so many times, it can be less fun. But yeah, I never got to finish that game. Maybe one of these days we can come back and like play it. It'd be nice to revisit it. I'm sure there'd be so much nostalgia for me. But yeah. It's on Steam? Yeah, I think I remember seeing... I had a friend who played it recently. So I'd like to revisit it for sure. But yeah, this is the newest chapter, so... And you can see it's already combining mechanics from previous chapters. I think this is the final room. Oh yeah, we don't even have a room designed after that. Then you died. Boom, boom. Alright, let me try to figure out what this bug... So we have this weird bug that I mean... It was working a while back, and then we must have done... Oh, we figured out the bug, right? It was that it was thrown into our decoration auto tile. I wonder if I should make a tool... since I know what the bug is, or like there's just an inconsistency with our tiles here. Wait, let me see it again. Run border tile map. We say our vine frequency... We want our scaffolding type to be set to 3. We say run tool, and then run it, and there it is. It's perfect now. I wonder why it's doing that. I wonder if we... Here, let me... We did nothing. But let me try something. If you know the bug... Okay, so... I don't actually know what the bug is, but I know what's causing the bug, and what's causing the bug is that the position of our tile map specifically for these nodes are incorrectly placed, or they're just in the wrong spot. And I know in our tool script what we do is we actually check if it exists, and if it does exist, then we just keep it the way it is. We don't remove it from the game, but I think I want to remove every instance of them and then reintroduce them into the game. That'll fix the bug for sure. But I also want to see what happens if we mass edit our rooms here. So like if we say check polish rooms, and we just run polish rooms, I'm wondering if this will fix the bug or just fix everything here. Moment of truth. If it doesn't crash on us, which it seems like it will. So there's another... Let me see. What did I do here? Auto tile index, spike index, add scaffolding. We have add scaffolding. All right. I might do this off stream though, because it might be tedious to remove all of those nodes. But we did fix it. I just have to add it here. Let me do that right now. Auto tile, scaffolding, auto tile is in decor child node. Bad. All right, so we'll fix that, but I'm gonna do it off stream because it's like it'd probably be tedious to just remove them in every room. Honestly, wait, let me see. Maybe we can do a speed run 90% removing those nodes. Here, let me see. Let's see what happens in this room. So by default, also we want to set this tile. We want to set this to true. Use pillar reference to true and scaffolding type to 3, and just save that everywhere. And then just run this auto tile. Run. There we go. All right. Let me see. Is it wrong? And it's not gonna actually. In most rooms, it seems like it's fine. Let me see. Wait. Okay, so in this room, it's wrong. Let's see what happens. Bro. You know what it might have been? You know what it might have been the bug? So there is one other issue, and that's because we reuse this scene everywhere. If I save like the settings here and come back, it seems like it's fine now, but let's keep running it. Let's see it here. Oh, bro. Wait, we do see multiple vine, we see 2 instances of this, but this could have been from me placing it let me see. So yeah, this was me placing it manually originally. Let me see what that is. I'm not even sure which one it is. Walled back, decoration lights, something we don't use anymore. So that's another issue. I plan on refactoring how we create these nodes in the near future. But it's probably not something I'm going to do. So yeah, you can see here, it's actually a child of the decor node. But actually, that doesn't seem like it's a problem. Even though I do want to push everything up, I won't do it right now. And the vines tile map, here, again, let me just erase it. Okay, it was only an issue there. Shirley Bully, thank you for the follow. I'm curious, actually. Do we have? We used to have cobwebs in the game. Are we not getting any more cobwebs? For instance, well, actually, we might not want a cobweb right there, but that's another thing of polish. Yeah, we don't have cobwebs anymore, so we'll want to make sure that's in our game. But here, let me run this again. Yeah, okay, we didn't really fix the bug, but we fixed the issue at the moment. Something I should take note of is that, like, the original scene, like this, has to be updated manually. It has to be updated in the scene for every chapter that we update. For instance, if I go into chapter 3, now it's going to start placing these tiles and banners everywhere, and we don't want that. You know, cobweb is a special... Yes, it is a cobweb. I know it's a special word for you. I wonder why we don't have it spawning here. We do have it spawning here, but not here. Let me see. Let me delete the wall decorations node and see what happens. Let me delete everything. So that's another inconsistency in the game. So we can see it spawning here. Maybe there's a reason why it's not there. Maybe we have it in our script. Again, I'm not gonna worry too much about it because we'll probably just refactor a bunch of things later. Yeah, a lot of these rooms we were editing off stream. So another thing I want to do, you know how we have that bug where like the ceiling of one room might not be on level with another ceiling, so you can like jump into a room and you'll notice like you'll collide with the ceiling. And one solution, my solution yesterday was to make it so that like we have stuff like this, where like you might see a gap here. But I don't really like this. I don't like that this was the solution. to like kind of like make a corridor, like have these ceilings be the same, because I think it looks kind of cheap. I don't think people will notice. Here, let's run through the first chapter, and I'll show you guys what it looks like, and I'll try to maybe you guys can give me feedback. Maybe you can notice if you like it or not. Cheered. Thank you for the cheer, Pagorly. But yeah, I hope Pagorly, I hope you don't feel. You wouldn't feel bad. I was gonna say, I hope you don't feel. I hope you don't think that I feel like I'm being cyber bullied. But I don't think you have any like sympathy or empathy. All right, so here's what I don't like. I don't like that in random sections of the game, there's just a random wall here. I don't know. It feels weird to me. You're empathyless. Honestly, actually, in this room, it doesn't feel that bad. But let's go into the next room. So I like it when they're all, like, when it's empty like this, you know? On the walls. And I think it's okay if they... Let me see. So I don't like that we have this whole empty area, and then for this little section here, we have an extra block. Or another empty section here, we have another empty block. Socials? Blah, 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 blah. How can I credit you? What's your socials? I think Tomer Bar goes by Tomer Bar, or Tomer Bars with a Z, or Tomer Bar? What are you on? I know you asked specific. Let me see. Why don't you implement transition where it freezes and the camera pans over, like Celeste? Why don't I do that? So I mean, it is possible to do that, but the way my rooms, I would have to incorporate something into the game that allows. So I actually originally had this in the game where like it would pan over. The issue with panning over is like if we look at if we look at the designs of my rooms, there's two issues. One, the bounds of the camera are determined by the size of the room, and the rooms are not aligned perfectly. So like let's say we're transitioning from this room to this room, you can see the camera on the y-axis is lower than this one. So if we were to pan, it would pan sort of diagonally, right? And what we could do is we could actually make it so that like this area, this filled area, is the same texture, or like we basically like, you know, just fill this up with another tile map. Like, I mean, here, we can try it out right now where we just like fill it up with something, and that would help. But that was the main issue originally, and it's also like it would transition to the left, but there are certain things exposed in the game that like could ruin. Like, for example, I have like random shit on the bottom here, and I mean polishing it would help. Like if we removed everything and we polished everything perfectly, then it wouldn't be too bad. But that's currently why there's no transition, and then like again with the gaps, like certain areas just look weird, and that would you can even see like. For instance, the transition of textures from one room to another. I mean, we can make this work out where it's a non-issue, but that's another form of polishing that I would have to do in like a near future. So it's not a bad thing. Like it would look good. It would slow down the game though. That's the only issue, is that if I have the standard of cameras just instantly switching, and then all of a sudden we add a panning and the game is paused while you're panning over, this would affect speed runs. So like I would have to do it now. I would have to do it now or never. And I have other priorities at the moment. So yeah, that's why it's not in the game. I used to have it in the game though, and I removed it because yeah, there's like this designing rooms is already hard on their own, and then to create them and like polishing them seamlessly. And then accounting for it's just another thing that I would have to polish, and that's why I'm not doing it. Maybe I would like to do it in the near future, but again, it would affect speedruns, and I do need to create some sort of consistency with times. Yeah. But yeah, I do like. Okay, so if we run it again, I'll show you guys again what the issue is. Okay, so we look into this room. I could technically jump on the wall of this one now because there's this wall right here. There's no point. I mean, in the long run, it's good to like link things for people to. I feel like it's good to have some sort of like online even if even if you don't plan on ever being like, you know, it doesn't really matter if you don't plan on being a streamer or anything like that, or like a content creator or anything. It's just, I think it's nice to have all of your info somewhere out there, you know, for people to contact you. Maybe someone found one of your projects and they're like, oh wow, this is really cool, let me just look at them, you know. Having your own like for instance, having a Discord server is nice, even if you don't like use it really. Just having something for someone to contact you and having like sort of a hub of somewhere for people to contact you, I think is nice. Obviously, like if everyone does it, then it becomes a problem, but it's kind of like, it's almost like it's like a house, right? It's kind of like your own house. Like, for instance, practical development, like my server is like my house. Or, you know, like people come in and they're like, hey, I have a problem, you know. It's less likely for me to, like, for instance, I have so many DMs and I just don't respond to them. And like sometimes, like, because like DMs are hard for me to notice, but at least on my server, that's something that I check relatively often. Or like if you message me directly on Reddit, it's gonna be, sometimes I don't even look at my notifications on Reddit or on Instagram or Twitter, like unless that's your main platform, which it is for some people. But I feel like at least with Reddit, at least with Discord, it's something that I, you know, frequent. So even if I don't respond, you know, within a day or two, at least eventually I'll see it. More things to show. I think it relatively pointless currently, right? But I mean, you do have like, you do seem, you know, like you know your stuff, and that's something that like some people might recognize. I think it's good for anyone who like shows, if you show passion in something, like if it's either if it's, I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know, game development related. It could be programming or like whatever niche you're in, you know, whether it's, you know, for instance, working out, or like even if you're into like philosophy. I mean, if you look at how many random niche, there's speedrunning discords. I mean, for instance, I made the solo development discord, and it's like, who knew it would be that interesting for people, or who knew it would be something that a lot of people are into. Actually started setting up a Mastodon account and an itch account. I only have a title screen, so figure I should at least set up the basis for some of those things. Yeah, it is good, especially if you think you might need it in the future. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many times where like I did something. Oh, you guys can see that I updated this room as well. I updated a lot of chapter 2 actually yesterday. In fact, I think I updated it the most off stream. To the point where I think it's pretty good. I still want to do more more level design in these chapters, but yeah, they're pretty good. What else did I want to say? Oh, with Mastodon, I tried getting into it. I feel like it would be cool if everyone used it, but I feel like these other platforms are already so popular that also with Mastodon, because I have this very, I feel like Mastodon is very, this might sound weird because like I'm really into indie stuff, and I feel like Mastodon is too indie for me, if that makes sense. It's like very, I like, because I promote my stuff a decent amount, and I feel like Mastodon, even though there are game devs that promote their stuff on Mastodon, um, at least with like Twitter and Reddit, I can sort of have this disconnect. It's the same reason I don't really promote myself on Discord, because Discord feels like a community a lot of the time. For instance, like the solo development Discord versus the solo development Reddit subreddit. You can post on the subreddit and like have like there's a disconnect where like you don't really have to be like friendly to people because it's super anonymous. Whereas with Discord, it's kind of like, you know, the people that you are communicating with are people that you're gonna see like all the time or more often than on Reddit. And the way I treat social media is like I don't care too much for social media. So I'll just post like it's never like I'm never on Twitter and I'm like I'm trying to find friends on. For example, I'm not really trying to find friends on Twitter. It's mainly for me to just showcase my work and then call it there. And like I'll network, not necessarily network, but like, you know, I'll like other people's posts. It's mainly an algorithm. It's a medium for algorithms to show, you know, my work. It's not necessarily for me to make friends, whereas Reddit is more so that. And Mastodon is like that in between where it's like, because it's so indie, people are very friendly with each other, but it's also another social media platform where it's like you're basically just showcasing your work. And I don't want to disturb that piece by showcasing my game. And it seems like I'm using Mastodon as a platform for or like, how do I explain it? It seems like people on Mastodon are looking for other individuals to make friends, and I'm not doing that thing. So that's why I haven't used it, or I'm not very frequent on it. Would be for mini updates, yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't want to post my mini updates because I wouldn't interact nearly as much with people. Like, for instance, on Discord, I'll interact with people so much more, but I'll also post my stuff. Whereas, yeah, on Mastodon, I would just only post my stuff and then leave. You know, it's the same reason I don't like. Sometimes I don't like people who. It's the issue that I have with, like, you know, the creator of Lucid, who joins our server, like, who's on solo development, where it's like, it's a very impressive project, but they've never interacted with anyone in it, like, and they're just treating the server as a form of marketing, and it's like, there's more to it. Same though, I don't use any Discord. I only have like 3 servers. Only like 3. You seem like you're on Discord pretty often. What do you mean? I have so many Discord. Yeah, I also have a lot of Discord channels that I like. I feel like I definitely have at least 100 or something. But yeah, I don't really post on them unless it's like for interactions with people. Like there's a more social element to it. Even though even though I don't really talk to people, like it's not like I go into many voice chats, but I do go. You know, I'll chat with people via, you know, text. It's more personal that way, or it's just more personal compared to talking to someone over Reddit posts. But yeah, I'm glad we fixed or we figured out the bug. Oh yeah, this is another bug that we need to fix. This is a game-breaking bug that I have to fix. So let's write that down. So this wasn't even, was this the, what was the issue? Here, I'll just say solved by reinstancing by deleting old auto tile. Old scaffolding auto tile. Update chapter 5. All right. For me, you know what I also have to do for every single server? I haven't done it recently, but for instance, like let's say I have to, it's kind of annoying that I have to do this, that I have to like, I do it for a lot of new, like my older servers here, but I have to do like right click, notification settings, set it to nothing, and then also suppress everyone in here, and then suppress just everything. Cause I don't, like, there are certain servers that I just don't care about, right? And the fact that I just like get red pings all the time. I mean, no matter what, I'm always gonna have like that 9+ on my thing, but like sometimes I don't really care to see even like the thing is like there are developers that, like on servers, like for instance Devro, like as much as I like Devro, I'm really not active on his server, so it's like there's no, like, unless I hop in and say hi, but I don't really do it, so, like... and I expect the same thing from other developers. Like, if you're not active on my server, you don't have to, you know, see my notifications. It's the same reason why I don't ping, you know, when I say I'm streaming, I don't ping everyone that I'm streaming. I ping, you know, just the people who are interested in receiving the notifications that I'm streaming. That's why NPC... Oh, I didn't even know you had a server 4th page. You know... Don't make me feel bad. 4th page, you don't even have your server... You know... You don't even have your server on. What are you talking about? I don't anymore. I usually do join like people who like servers that I frequent. I'll join, or like streamers that I frequent, or like even users that I frequent. Like if I look at your profile on Discord, or like if I see, sometimes I'll look at random people's profiles to see if they have anything posted. I'm on. I might be maybe because I'm on streamer mode, I don't see any links. But usually, yeah, I look at people's names and I see if they have anything. Over 2K followers. It's actually less than 2K. It is 2K, but like there was that one time where we had like 1 million bots follow. I think we're at like maybe 1.6 or 1.7K. I want to remove them. I wish Twitch would just remove them. I didn't want to remove them because I didn't know who was a bot and who wasn't. But yeah, if you have a Discord server, definitely you can either send it to me on DMs or even send it here. After the Discord incident, the person kicked everyone and deleted everything from the Discord. Who is this? And where was this? You know, I'm actually so paranoid about that. No, I'm not super paranoid, but like, yeah, that is something that like I thought of happening. Like, on Discord, that's why, like, at least for example, on solo development, there is there's a setting that you can do where Boobs are hard to make. There's a setting that you can make it so that like if you want any sort of your server, no? How do you get mod? Who? Your account, yeah. So that's the thing. That's something like, for instance, on solo development, in order to become a mod, you have to have two-factor authentication, or like even admin or mod, or like have any power on servers. You have to have two-factor because people are getting like there's so many people are getting hacked. Like the people I trust people. Like usually if I set someone as like an admin or mod, I have good intuition about them. Usually, I want to say I have like a good good judgment of character. But some of these things are not in anyone's control, like getting hacked, which sucks because like at that point you're trusting someone's ability to be paranoid. That's why I have 4 levels of passwords. I mean, I try. It was funny is that like I expose my email sometimes and stuff like that. But I mean, emails are like with the amount of security nowadays that you can do, like I usually have two-factor everywhere, and a password manager is almost everywhere. So like it's very difficult to get hacked. I had a friend. So oh my god. QR, like signing in with QRs are so dangerous, by the way. Like almost never do it. That shit is like, I had a friend who got had their, I mean, like, that was another hack that was happening a decent amount on Discord, I think, is that they were saying, oh, to verify your account, you have to use this QR code. And it's like the QR code was just to log into a remote server, and then the remote server hacks you. Oh, and the server, and then the server, runs that random shit that like mass sends messages to everyone on every server on all your friends and stuff like that. And then it sends the same QR login thing, hacks people even more. And it's funny, like, yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, that is the best password. Yeah, I mean, if you're using a password manager, you just need one super duper master password, which is kind of nice. Technically, you should also try to save. The thing is, at some point, I saved my password, or like I had a super complicated password, and I forgot it. So I lost the password to my password manager, and I had to figure out how to retrieve everything. Actually, you don't retrieve everything. You basically just lose. You basically lose everything to your password manager. So you have to like basically say you forgot your. As long as you remember. So the one thing that you need to make sure of, which is something that I actually need to fix. I actually didn't even think about this. If I lost my password manager. I probably no, never mind. I was gonna say it would be difficult, but if you have the thing is, most phones have two-factor authentication. Even if you lose your password, you usually just use your phone and they'll text you a verification code. The biggest, like, I guess the biggest breach in security is if someone has access to your phone and knows the password to your phone, because then you're kind of screwed. Seriously, though, I don't like password managers and actually have 4 levels of passwords. I personally do like I really like password managers. Because the thing is, if you're reusing, that's the biggest, like, I mean, that's something that can expose your your login credential. I mean, websites and stuff are getting better, so you might not have to worry about it nearly as much. But the thing is, like, if some website gets hacked and they expose your password, or like maybe they weren't even storing your passwords correctly, and you get hacked, then you're kind of screwed. What if the password manager gets hacked? Massive password leak. It's possible. Maybe. I don't know how good, like, the thing is, at least with a password manager, like, you know that they're at least trying to secure your information, whereas you don't really know what a website might be doing. I don't want to talk like as if I'm some, cybersecurity genius, but are you sure they're trying hard enough? I mean, for instance, I use something called Bitwarden, and I mean, I've done a decent amount of research on it. Seems like it's fine. It's also open source, so like people can. I mean, technically, if it's an open source software, maybe there's more of a risk, but maybe they figured out something that makes it or reduces the potential. But I think also it being open source might help with like people finding flaws in the project in the password manager, and then telling the developers. What if that one gets hacked? Stay analog, brother. All right. What is it? Why is there this random? What is this? All right. Do I want to update this now? Chapter 5 to be Chapter 6. If I made my own unless I made my, I mean, yeah, I guess you could make your own. There is like that new Rock Pro Max with ultra natural and vegan ray tracing. Go to a site that checks your password strength. Aren't there like I know they like usually because I use a password manager that's very sophisticated, they say, oh yeah, your password because like, okay, your password is strong if you're using like special characters and like numbers and capitalized letters and lowercase letters, but isn't there technically less strength in that too? Because like special characters could also be used in like can be used in identifying what a password is. So like let's say you are using special characters, you can actually expose yourself even more. Even though usually like those things that are checking strengths of passwords are saying, oh yeah, this is stronger. Go to a site, yeah, that checks your password strength. I'm trying to think. if there's any other updates we want to make to this. Kind of got distracted here. Let me see what else we... Okay, I mean, I guess we'll start updating Chapter 6 then. I don't know if I want to do this yet, because it feels annoying to do. So let's do art now. So one thing we need to do is update the pillars. Right now we have these like red pillars that we're using, which look too red. Might want to update that. So let's say chapter 5 decoration pillars, chapter 5 pillars. I'll leave this one here. Here, actually, I'm gonna make a new layer. Copy this one. Do. So we could just recycle it, turn it into a purple tile map, and then call it a day. Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, this is too... Alright, so our darkest one will make this purple color. The next one will make this red color, which it already is. Or wait. Wait, what the hell? Oh, this is the red. Okay, and then the next one we'll do is this. This seems like it's way too bright for the game. How did we make it work before? Oh, I guess we did this one. Okay, the next color was this one. Then the next purple is this, then this, then this, and then it's kind of looks like a rainbow at this point. Why do you call it a day and not a what? Nick de Muron? Alright, something. What do we want to do here? We can try doing another dark blue color here. In fact, maybe the whole thing we can make blue. But this is way too bright at this point. Seems like it's very difficult to make this it goes so bright, whereas these are relatively dark. Let me try this again. Let me leave it like this and see how it looks in game. Honestly, we might just leave it like this. Maybe update the background to be more purple like, and then I mean this would just stand out on its own. Mm-mm. If we introduce windows, it'll look better too, showcasing some of the background auto tile. So right now we barely show any of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Something feels so basic about this chapter, even though we've been adding a decent amount now. I think we definitely need particles in it. And okay, the other issue is that there are no furniture tile maps, or like there are no decoration tile maps. There's nothing. One, we don't have the lights in the game yet for this one, or like in the later chapters. We don't have, yeah, particles floating around. So maybe that's what we need. Floating stars, maybe. Movement in the background. It needs to be more lively. The asteroids that we see should be moving around too. Twinkling in the background too. Mm-mm. All right. I've got a headache. Mm. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, how's it going, Ired? How was your stream? What'd you do? Boom, 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 boom. What is our background here called? Heaven parallax. So I think there is a collection. Okay, so I was thinking of adding these. This will be our first instance of objects, and also I want to add movement to these objects. I think we would have to grab them randomly and then shoot them across the screen. That'll be a little bit more. There'd be more to it. I won't do that today, but yeah, I do want to mess with these objects moving around. Maybe even we could do something in the background with these objects instead of like maybe putting them into a CPU particles and just throwing them around. Could work out actually. In fact, yeah, we could do that for our parallax. It might be pretty easy. Yeah, how's it going, Hugo? Played copyrighted music and drew, and then you drew a bunch of assets. Why you use CPU particles over regular ones? And also the other way around. I think usually, like if you're talking about GPU particles, unless you need them to be specifically like intense, where it's like, oh, you need freaking physics on your particles, then you would probably want to use GPU particles. Something that's more like, you know, because you're spawning so many. That have physics on them. I have a CPU particle node. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. But yeah, we're gonna use these ones. At least for now, and we'll see what else we can throw into the game. Maybe I'll figure it out on my pee break. While I'm peeing, I'll conjure up some ideas. I mean, would make sense, but why are they called that way in your engine? You mean the regular ones are GPU nodes? CPU particle? I think there's a differentiation there. It's GPU particles and CPU particles, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Oh, then in that case... But yeah, you can see here GPU-based particles on the bottom in the description. GPU-based particles. Alright, I'll be right back. Yo, Irish Sean, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. How's your game coming along? Yeah, I've lurked a few times, but I haven't spoken to you in a hot minute. I hope it's all going well. It left you behind? We're still on the Micro Pros homepage, bud. Hell yeah. For those of... Hey, look at... what a coincidence here on our... We were just looking at you over here. But for those of you who are interested, Jurin works on a really impressive game as a solo dev called Rise of Piracy. Here, we'll bring it up on Steam, actually. Micro Pros. Oh, this is new. I don't think I've seen this one. They made this one? Oh, hell yeah. Explore. Was this also made by you in your circular acoustic bathrooms? Fully from their campaign playthroughs too. Didn't realize how playable it was. You know, I want to compare it to the one that you made, because I actually, I mean, it's showcasing a lot of the newer content, this is really cool. But I also really liked your original trailer too. There's some aspects that I like of this one, but also some that I like of the one that you had. And I wonder if they know what they're doing though, you know, because like they are the publishers, so like, you know, they might know what attracts the human brain. But I mean, this one is pretty good too. Hell yeah, available in early access soon. Microprose, Steam. Here, let me see this. Oh yeah, here it is. Epic battles. Is this... Become the threat. You know what, actually, now that I'm comparing the two, I do think that theirs is better, but I guess that's expected since they're the publishers. This one's a little bit more slower pace, but it's... Is there another one, though? Curious to see this one. Honestly, they're all high tier. They're all really good showcases of your game. But yeah, for anyone interested, you can find it here. We're currently just doing some light polishing and artwork here. So I'll actually showcase some of the game for those of you who are interested. I've been working on this game for almost... Actually, I think we hit 3 years this month. Although it's only recently that I've actually went full send, you know, double uh, kind of double time on the project. Like lately, it's been 40 hours plus per week, um, and yeah, I'm pretty excited for what we've got going on so far. Here, I'll show you guys some of the. We also updated the UI, which I really like. I volunteered doing the trailer guy voice for Memori. I don't think I'm gonna have any voice. Like, there's no dialogue really in the game. There will be. I mean, there is some text, and there might be like lore things, but for the most part, I don't see myself unless I do something like kind of like Ori in the Blind Forest, where it's like, what's his name? The main like the the narrator. So that is your full timing game dev. So fingers crossed, I get work done. Are you trying to do full time game dev fourth page? I actually didn't know that. I know you were working hard on your game, but I didn't know you were trying to do it full time too. We have to update our camera here too. Same to you. I don't think Irish John. I don't think John needs. I don't think he needs luck. I think he's making a good game. No matter what, it's gonna be pretty top tier. It's gonna do well. But yeah. Here's the game. Here's us speedrunning it. We also added like so many new quality of life features for specifically for speedrunning, including like a debug mode, also saving all of the players' information. I was even thinking of like, because I do want to add some sort of online aspect to the game. I was actually thinking of introducing like stats, or not obviously stats, but also like almost an RPG element to the game. Not necessarily RPG, but like levels and stuff to see like. Technically, just adding XP in some way. I don't know if I'm getting too ambitious with the game, but I feel like it'd be really cool to do something like that. It wouldn't be. The thing is, I'm mainly concerned with is like people hacking it and then having these things showcased on a server of some kind. But I feel like I would just moderate it, at least in the earlier stages, and if people are able to hack it, obviously we can modify the like the leaderboards or anything like that. I feel like would be a lot of fun to mess with. A lot of like the quality of life things of like speedrunning and like making stuff like this, it's very exciting for me actually. Like analytics and stuff. I don't know why. I guess because a lot of the gameplay is very meticulous, and or like the designs were very meticulous. And I'd like to showcase that more to the player, or like maximize that for the player, so that they recognize it's not just like, it's not. I want to say it's not as subjective as people might think when it comes to certain design choices. I think a lot of it is like, there's logic behind it. Look at Slay the Spire. Their internal leaderboards for daily get scored hacked in. So, sure, hacks are annoying, but it's fun thing to at least compare to your friends. Yeah, at least, seeing your friends, seeing that sort of thing. And I think there are I'm sure it can get hacked relatively easy, but I feel like, again, I would probably moderate it. There are certain things we could probably modify, like checking, at least with the leaderboards, we can say, are you reaching certain values? Are you within a certain margin of like what's considered acceptable? And then also, there is a max amount that could be achieved per run, or like per time, like, time based wise. So like we can moderate it that way, or automate it that way, automate the moderation that way. You can send the path he took and rerun the game when you get the times. That's true too. So like a lot of these things are recorded with the player, like noticing like, each of these states. I think this is what we're gonna do to like record all the state, like, or record the path, is just check how long it took for them to. And what's nice about this is, like, for instance, we don't necessarily need to calculate every frame of the game what their input looked like. We can just check between every single state, from like this point to this point, how far did they traverse? Like, there is a maximum distance that you should be able to traverse in this way, or like there is a maximum, like, with gravity calculated, if you're at this point and you reach this point, your max, there is a calculated time for you to get to this point. And so there are ways to like check if the player is hacking. What about glitches? They could break those limits? I don't think so, because it's all based on states. So like whatever state you're in, like, and yeah, what do you mean by glitches? For instance, speedrunning, like let's say you're doing the zigzagging speedrun strat. That's not that's an intentional mechanic. Exploiting game bugs. I mean, if there's I'm not punishing anyone on the leaderboards. I'm not even sure. I mean, if someone like is continuously like trying to find, honestly, like if you're continuously trying to find bugs for the sake of like, people are into that kind of thing, I'm not going to punish them. In fact, I would be like, oh, cool. I'm going, like, if they were to communicate with me and be like, haha, I made this bug, just know that I will try to fix the bug, but I probably wouldn't ban them, because it helps, because it's not the type of game that would hurt the experience of other players, right? It would mess with the leaderboards, but like, if someone hacks it, I will try to fix it, and then, that'll be the end of it. Or like, I'll just reset that hacked score, and that's all there is to it. If you have a log of game states, you can recreate the run using tools. Yeah, that's true too. So I mean, it's an overscope at the moment. Again, like, I would like for this to be in the game, but I'm not going to like it. It's hard to say that this is going to happen, on day one of release. It definitely won't happen on day one. But as I continue development of it, I would like to add those things. Yeah. In a world filled with Celeste clones, you meet this lovely ghoul and his ghastly cat. Trailer voice guy. That's you? I was thinking the voice would be more feminine. Actually. I was thinking like it would be a feminine, almost like Zelda sort of voice. Sort of like you guys know the game Zelda, where there's you play as this character called Link, and like you save a princess. What is Zelda? Zelda is there's this character who's like, it's actually a guy named Zelda, and he wears like a hood and stuff. He like breaks pots and stuff. He goes by the name Zelda. Never heard of it? Named Zelda, yeah. He tries to save the princess named Link. I've never actually played a Zelda game, really. That's Mario. The princess is called Zelda. Oh yeah, my mistake. And Zelda is actually an Italian plumber trying to save Link, the princess. By the way, I wanted to share some progress today, but it took me time to process it. Here's a video link. This video isn't ready. Luigi is the evil guy that steals the princess away. Luigi is the guy she tells you not to worry about. Luigi's the brother. Luigi is the step bro. He gives me big brother vibes, but in the one has not one here played Banjo-Kazooie? I've never actually played Banjo-Kazooie. I wasn't exposed to too many N64 games, to be honest. As a child, I don't blame but you can't blame me for that. You know, you have to blame my parents. Like, it's not my fault. There's so many games that I missed out on. New link. What's Vidio.io? Oh, practical. Nice. Game is looking good, by the way. You've been making so much progress. It's kind of crazy. Oh, these are I just realized these were troops. They looked like for a second they looked like bushes to me. But they're troops that are getting shot by arrows. Nice. Oh yeah. One of my professors worked on Banjo-Kazooie as a dev. The issue with, I think, you know, the main issue with me, or like why I wasn't able to play a lot of like the earlier games, is that like my parents had me at a relatively young age. So like, you know, they were still children of their own. They were kids themselves, you know, so they weren't exposed to some of the games, maybe, if I had to guess. So I don't blame them, but I also don't. I have to justify, you know, why the hell did they not show me these games? Because they were uncultured. My mom's from Russia, actually. I don't think she even knew what video games. I don't think she still knows what video games are. No, I'm kidding. She is from Russia, though. I'm actually a part of the KGB. I'm a Russian spy. How do I explain? You know, it's funny. It's very difficult for me to explain to family. I honestly, I don't even talk about it that often. Like, I do tell my mom, I do tell. But like a lot of family members, like, or like most people, I don't really explain it because it's like, I don't know. Game dev is like, it's already, like, even to other game devs, working on a game is a very ambitious thing to do, especially if you're trying to do it commercially. So like to say it and then also to explain it to someone who doesn't even know what it is, it's like, yeah, I just don't say it. Like I say like I'm doing some stuff. Like I'm working. Like I'll say, hey, I'm working on a game, but I end the conversation there. Cause like yeah, there's no point in like going too deep into it. Like on stream I can talk infinitely about game dev, the industry as an indie dev, um game design, level design, everything. But like for instance, if someone asks me like, hey, what do you do, I just say like, yeah, I do game dev, working on a have you heard of Mario? Yeah, I'm making a game like Mario, and that's literally all I say. And they're like, oh, cool. And I like a part of me dies every time I say it, because it's like it's such a it doesn't do my like the amount of work I like the amount of effort I put into my project. It doesn't do it any justice, right? Because like to say you're making a game like Mario is like low key. I mean, Mario's good, but like it's kind of like it's almost like disrespectful, right? Like, or at least if someone knew modern gaming and they said, oh, it's like Mario, it's like, oh, that's like a slap in the face, right? But like to explain it to someone who's never like or who doesn't play video games, and to say it's kind of like saying, I'm trying to think of another analogy. It's like, I guess if you're like one of the most impressive doctors, or like something in a medical field that requires like a large amount of IQ points, and to just call yourself a doctor is like doesn't do your title any justice, right? It's like Minesweeper. Yeah. Rhinoplasty. I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, it's the same thing. Like, if you're so, not to say that I'm very good in my field. I mean, I'm trying to be, but like, imagine if all I said was like, hey, I do light programming sometimes, or yeah, I make a game like I'm trying to recreate Mario, a game that was created several decades ago. Trying to recreate that. Hopefully people will notice. But yeah, even with people who are familiar with gaming, I don't really explain it that much. Cause also I'm very like anti. I feel weird being like, I try not to be narcissistic. I try to be or like I'm always worried that I sound narcissistic. So I'm like, let me just not talk about it, because I know most people wouldn't be interested, and unless you're into game dev, it's probably not that interesting to you. So yeah, it's cut very short. But I mean, I guess that's the problems. I mean, that's the struggles. I mean, it's a minor issue. It's a first world problem. You know what I mean? In case you're interested in rhinoplasty. Surgery that changes the shape of the nose. The reason for rhinoplasty may change the appearance of the nose to improve breathing, or both. I see. Nose jobs. But is this basically like plastic surgery? Like, if you're a plastic surgeon, I feel like At least if you're a plastic surgeon, but that might be me. Like, it's the same thing, right? I'm putting it in a little category or like a general category. I'm just saying, oh, you're a plastic surgeon, but there might be more to it. There's like, I mean, yeah, there's intricacy in every field, right? But yeah, I'm not complaining though. I don't like low-key also kind of like the fact that like I don't know, it is something I would hate if I talked about it too much to people too. If that makes sense. Like to if you're interested in the field, that's awesome, but if you're not, that's also fine. I don't need to explain what it is. In fact, like I have like what is interesting because it is game dev is I think it's like especially to modern gamers, game dev is fun, but it does get repetitive. Like the conversation does get repetitive, especially like okay, let's say you have a group of friends. This happens to me a lot where like my friends know that I do game dev like every day. And so like they might be exposed to like they might hear me talking about it from time to time. But if you're exposed to me like every day, you're hearing every instance of me talking about game dev, and then let's say we are introduced to another person in our friend group, and then they're like, "Oh, you do game dev? Like, what's that about?" And like I have to explain the entire thing to them, and the friends who have heard this story a bunch of times have to hear it again. So like that's the other thing. So I don't like explaining it too often. If it's a one-on-one, I don't mind, talking their ear off, but because it's usually another person in the room who has already heard the story of like me working on a game, it's gets repetitive, and it's like, that's something that's on my mind. I'm like, oh, I care more about the other person who has to hear me talk about it again. As much as I like talking about it, you know what I mean? Like, I love talking about game dev, but it's like, only if you want to hear it. But yeah, it is me complaining about an issue, a non-issue, really. If you mention it and people want to hear it more, they will ask. I don't think it's good to tell people, but I think it's good to tell people, but not to get too excited. Yeah. NPC will die one day because of a game dev overdose. Honestly, not a bad way to die. I wouldn't mind. Game dev overdose. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Live by the keyboard, die by the keyboard. Died because some fucking computer gremlin changed some bits on my computer. Rearranged some bits. Dude, I swear, like, I wonder why that... it doesn't make any sense to me sometimes. Obviously, maybe I am doing something wrong, but sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if there is a gremlin somewhere in my computer. I mean, I could always go back into the VOD and see. Maybe I, like... Oh, shit. But yeah. Also, for anyone, I don't want to promote my stuff nearly as much. Also, we have our bot who does it for me sometimes. But if anyone is interested in either playing the game or wishlisting the game, to help with the algorithm, here it is. So did we updated the parallax? Okay. I went to the bathroom, and but then we got raided by Jern, so that's why. Is it still a spooky stream? It is no longer a spooky stream, but I like the ghost on that top right corner. I might replace the image with maybe we can replace it with a cat, like Jasper or something. But I do like the ghost up there. Maybe we name him something like Fred or Jeff. I know. I feel like everyone names every random thing Jeff or Fred. We gotta name it something else like what's a pretentious name? No, it can't be Jay. It has to be like. I hope no one is named this name once I find out what the name is. Dude, what is like a super pretentious Cornelius? Yes, that's a good one. Cornelius. Warguard. There's another one that. But yeah, Cornelius is a pretty pretentious. No, I'm sorry if your name is Cornelius. It's not your fault if your name is Cornelius. It's like maybe your parents' fault. Bartholomew, that was the name that I was thinking actually. Bartholomew. If your name is Bartholomew, you're like, you're someone who I can't. I'll be calling out like half of the chat right now. I was gonna say you just sit in front of a computer all day. Maybe you don't have too many friends. You do game dev streams. All you talk about is the sub niche that you're in. You're thinking one day you're gonna release a commercial game. Yeah, how's it going, Tasha? There are 8.56 people named Cornelius in every 100,000 Americans. At least Bartholomew, you can be called Bart Cornelius. Thus you got his corn or corny or something. I do like Bartholomew though. It is a pretentious name, but it's fun to say. I think we're gonna rename him to Bartholomew. But it's so strange to be. I feel like it's very strange to be called Bartholomew. But it is a nice name, though. Wait. No, I was trying to think if I know any Bartholomews. Maybe not. I think I will say, at least with Bartholomew, it's a very cool sounding name. So even if your name is that, it is a little pretentious, but at the same time it's very unique. So it's like, oh, Bartholomew. Ho. Why are you getting so personal? You have no reason to hurt us. Yeah, I'm angry today. Going out for everyone. Alright, so we're gonna do a 16 by 16, and then I don't know how much variation we're gonna throw into this texture, but let's do we'll have at least maybe 10 different particles. Can't take my dream of going commercial. By the way, I did call out everyone, but I was really calling myself out, Oh, this is much larger than this is not a 16 by 16, it's a what? It's more so a 32 by 32. Rotten Johnny 88, thank you for the follow. This might be way too large of a texture. I think we're gonna try throwing everything into a 16 by 16, and then if we find that we want more, we'll do more. So here, I'll throw this in there. This is actually slightly. I mean, we could just throw it into a top right corner. Let me throw that back in there. Let's see. There we go. It doesn't have to be centered because it's. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Although, if we decide to rotate it, it might look kind of odd. So maybe we do want to keep it centered, but how are we gonna? There's no way for us to center this because it's an odd number of pixels. Unless we made it, we couldn't. Like, there are no rules here. We can do whatever we want. We could make it centered. For particles specifically. Honestly, yeah, I think that might be a better idea because we're using stars. Like, all of these are an odd number of pixels. We could make it 2 by 2. Like, we could stretch it out. But that might hurt the image. We can try it, though. Let's see what it looks like. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know. That looks a little too much to me. The small ones might be a pro. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I think we can make it an odd number of pixels. I don't think it'll be a problem. In fact, we could even we might not even have. We could still keep it on this tilemap. If it looks weird once we implement it, then we could update it. But right now we'll try it this way. Did we already use this one? We'll probably make some unique ones as well on our own. So these will be rotated, and maybe we'll like randomize the rotation of them. But for now, let's just try making something like an X. Here, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just try grabbing this and rotating it. Wow, look how terrible that looks. Here, let me actually make a new window here, and we'll just do some magic here. So we'll do like a white center. Oh, this one we'll make it a 2 by 2. Tired AF, and tried to make my building system now slightly masochistic again. I think you have to be a masochist if you want to do game dev. Morky Pep 50, thank you for the follow. So what do we want to do here? Also, no, never mind. I was gonna say this looked kind of weird to me, but I think it's fine. This doesn't look like it to me, but we'll throw it in. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe it'll look good. All right, so we'll do this. We'll keep these 3 images, and then we'll try adding more to the particles later. But let's give this one a shot. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we want to add. So there's asteroids, which we'll add later. The stars on their own. Maybe just a bunch of white pixels, or let's do this. Maybe some variety in white pixels. I'll do that for the rest of them. See how that looks. Bum 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 bum. Sprites. Do we have a particle textures? So this is call this star particles. Sprite sheet. PNG. Ba-da-dum. We have book particles. I forgot what this scene was called, but I know we have it saved somewhere. We have so many particles in our game that are probably not even used. Oh. Book particles, candle floating particles. Where are the skull particles? Bless. Thanks for the bless. Fart particles. Yes. They're called farticles, actually. We have book. Where are the skull particles? There it is. Oh no, this is skull projectile. Candle floating particle, no. Furniture particle. Room particles. We have a script here. No. Room particles, paper. Room particles, skulls is what we call them. Here, I'll duplicate this one. How's it going back up? Did we save it as an A-sprite file? No, we didn't. So, because we called it star particle. There we go. Alrighty. So it looks pretty cool, right? It'll look even better in game, I think. So right now this is, should we up, I'll just do it right now. I'll just call it chapter 6 for now. Well, how's it going, Grumble? Thank you. Thank you for the resubscription. Oh. Did you stream today, Grumble? Are you planning on streaming today? Mm-hmm. Had a lot of work stuff come up. That's understandable. I don't remember select room particles. When do we run this? Already? Wait, what the hell? We have two functions called... What the frick? Oh. I think I accidentally wrote it in our... Oh, what the hell? Where did I write it? We wrote it in select room particles, but what the hell is this? Select room particles. Oh, world demo test. Okay, we did write it in the right one, though. Get world information. I feel like there's one other thing that I do with the room particles, but here, let's try it. Maybe it'll just work magically. No, it doesn't work magically. Yeah, I think that, yeah, there definitely is something we do extra. Is there so you had a bunch of people playtest your game, Grumble. Is do you know what you're gonna like? I'm sure you received a bunch of feedback. What's the goal now? Oh, and also, did you fix that memory leak that you had? I think I remember you say. I remember you fixing it or like solved something, but I wonder if that solved everything. Did finally fix it? Oh yeah. All right, let me see what the hell. We might be doing something in our level manager for particles. I don't remember, to be honest. Bum, 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 bum. No. Yeah, nothing in our main scene, right? Alright, there's probably just like one other line here that I'm missing. Add room particle. Current reload doesn't... It's equal to null, we do this. But otherwise... Wait. Oh, it's called chapter... Did I call it chapter 6 or chapter 5? Because it's supposed to be chapter 5. What the frick? Yeah, this is supposed to be chapter 5. Whoops. It was a problem with Godot 4. That's another thing that I was always worried about, like issues that's one of the reasons why I also didn't want to switch to 4, because I was worried that there might be like just some random issue with Godot 4 that would like take so much time with debugging. I mean, if you solved it, that's good, but yeah. Dude, what the hell? Where are the particles though? I'm not seeing it. I'm pretty sure we named it chapter 5. Oh, we wrote Chaper 5. There we go. There are the particles. They don't look that good to me though. They kind of look like shit actually. Technically, someone from chat kind of figured it out, so I can't take all the credit. Alright, so the one that we made ourselves, look, this one right here looked, that one looked like kind of looked like shit. Do. Bow, bow. I wonder if I should make it unshaded so they look prettier. Go to sleep, have a nice stream. Alright, I'll see you, Kenny. Peace. Have a good one. Out the box change scene thing causes it so you have to make a custom one. Oh, it was out the box change scene thing. I see. Yeah. I had some issues with change. Oh, was it specifically like just changing scenes? Because I had an issue with like. I didn't realize it at first, but like you can't remove, or like if you remove things from your tree and then you change scenes, then there's a memory leak there, or like they just don't get removed. So they're technically just chilling somewhere. That was an issue I had a while back. So I can't just change scenes anymore. I had to make like a custom function for changing scenes. It's a Windows specific issue as well. Interesting. Apparently you're the only one who didn't know that. I bet everyone made fun of you on your stream for it too. Like, ha. What are you controlling the character with right now? Mouse, keyboard, mouse, gamepad? I'm controlling with a keyboard. It's so funny, like, I think, I remember you mentioning this too, like, sometimes the, like, solution to things I feel like are obvious from an outside perspective. It's so easy to, like, see the solution, but from the streamer's perspective, since they're, like, doing so much, it's not that easy. Like, for instance, watching you play, like, if you're playing frickin', what's it called? Baba Is You, and, like, you don't know the solution, but to someone who's watching the stream, they're like, oh, it's so easy. Like, why don't you just do it? And I feel like the same thing goes for, like, maybe a programming issue that you might have. where like the solution is very simple, but like, you know, if you're staring at code for so long, or you're doing so much game dev, and you know you're wearing so many hats, and then all of a sudden you're having an issue, you can't figure it out. But someone who hasn't used all of their brain power just yet could just come in the stream and be like, oh, it's so simple, you idiot, how could you not figure this out? You like it shaded? Yeah, I mean, all of our particles are shaded, so maybe we should leave it the way it is, actually. To make it unshaded would be distracting, I feel. Also, we're on debug mode. Like, yeah, let me get rid of all the fancy colors. Carrion, how's it going? Thank you for the resub. I think we're seeing too many of the same. I think we need to add variety and maybe reduce the big ones, like, to make it more rare. With how we have our particles set up right now, the only way to do that, I think, there might be a script to like figuring out, or there might be something already in CPU particles that let you like determine the frequency, but I don't remember. But yeah, one solution would just be to make this a larger texture and just put more like simple ones in there. But I don't like this one to begin with. And maybe we want to make this like this one. I think is too large. Also, it's green. Here, I want to do maybe more of like ones that look like this, but with a different color in the center, and maybe like a brighter, like that. And actually, I kind of like that. I want to do more of those. In fact, yeah, let's. I'm gonna double the size of this. You know, I'll do it on the X, on the Y, I mean. Times 3, and we're just gonna add more variety in the particles here. Sleep time. I'll see you, Tomer. Peace. Gotta go. Have a good day. All right. I'll also see you, Grumble. I think the Tylenol I took is finally kicking in, so I'm suffering less. I have more tolerance for bugs at the moment, if we encounter any. I do need to update these textures though. I'm not sure what to do here. Let's see. Yeah, let me do this. I actually kind of like the idea of having these ones. Maybe like a different variety of all of these for this section. Or like different colors for these ones. Let's see what we get here. So we'll do like a white one with maybe a blue. See how that looks. Then we could do the same thing, but maybe do 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 do. Did you add a new dash effect on the dash? I've noticed it before Is there a new trail? Yeah. The trail is. So there is a trail now. Actually, what's funny is there's something in the game that I call a trail for the silhouette that gets shown on the game, but also there is like a line that follows the player. And that is relatively new, like 2 days ago new. Or 3 days ago new. Alright, did we already make one that looks like this? No. Perfect. And maybe I'll do one that's super dark like that. Alright, this one, okay, these are pretty nice. We might want to do, just so it's not too repetitive with these ones, I'll update this as well. Also, technically, moving, because we're also rotating them from the center of the image, like it could look weird. Like for instance, if you rotate it on the top left corner, it'll spin in like a circle. I didn't notice it looking weird from us just placing it on a random offset within in here. We'll see what it looks like. But for now, let me just do that. I'll leave that the way it is. All right, we have so many now. And here, a generic one will just be white. Do. All right, so this is we do need to update the particle now. So what do we call it? Room particle. Room particle is stars. All right, moment of truth. How does it look like? I mean, it's not bad. Right? It doesn't look... But it doesn't necessarily look... Like, it's just a minor addition to the, it's just a minor addition to the polish of the game. I feel like I'm expecting it to be this... I'm expecting it to be a game changer, but it's not. Oh yeah, and the dash, you can see there's like a line added to it now. It's a little extra polish. I might even want to add more to it. The sound, I think, needs more oomph to it as well. And if we update the sound to have more oomph, we might even want to update the animation. We'll see. Something involving the cat would also... that's actually what I wanted to do originally, was add more to the cat. Like, involve the cat in the dash animation. And I think that'll help. Yeah. trying to think if there are any other types of particles that we can add to this section here to make it just better in general. I think asteroid, though, you see those brown asteroids in the background, I think those moving around would help as well. It'll just be an extra piece of movement in the game. And I'm thinking windows in the background here exposing the parallax would be really nice. Did you add functionalities to the cat already? No. There are besides following the player, there's no actual functionality to the cat. It's just there to look cute. Tomer? You're here, Tomer? No. I shouldn't be. Do you have work tomorrow? I assume you do, since yesterday you slept till like you were up for a very long time. It's Friday? Oh, it is Friday. Wow, time really does fly. That's crazy that tomorrow's already Friday. I think one of these shit, that means I have to try to release I have to get something something if I want to get it done by Friday. By my Friday, I mean. By the end of my Friday. Actually, no. Goodbye. All right, peace. I was going to say I work tomorrow. It isn't Friday. Yeah. I think, yeah, half the world, more than half the world, I think, lives in the future. Do 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 do. Hey, there's another Cloudflare outage. That's neat. As in their servers are out. Oh, dude. It's because we're immortal here. I was like, what the fuck? I like glitched through the wall, but it's because usually we don't have actual collisions on our spikes. Like it usually sends you to the death state, but we didn't add the collisions yet. So like normally we would die here. I was like, what the hell? How the hell did we not just die there? Or how did we glitch through the wall? But we didn't actually glitch through the wall. I'm learning about singletons in Godot, and it's super useful. They are super useful. Some people argue like it goes against, you know, like the certain programming patterns, but I use them all the time. I use them a lot, actually. I think maybe if you knew, I guess maybe if you knew how you wanted to structure your game, from day one, maybe you wouldn't use singletons, but at the same time, implementing things like just working at like adding new features seems to be very, very useful with singletons. Like for example, adding, like once I started adding key bindings, adding a singleton to handle all that kind of stuff was very easy. Or just made my life so much easier than having to, you know, go back into like maybe the main parent note and be like, all right, we got to update this information. I have to say, Memoria looks better every stream. I'm gonna head out for today. Hope to catch you next time as well. All right, Half Moon, peace. Have a good one. Seems like a lot of people. I mean, I would understand. I mean, it's very late for most of the world right now. I'm so used to streaming earlier, or it being very late for me, where like I'm the one who's saying goodbye. But I'm actually happy that people are like. It'd be nice. I mean, once we start doing 24-hour streams, there's probably gonna be way more of that actually, where people are going to sleep, and I'm like, all right, bye. I'll be here. Yeah, I'll be working on the game or something. Honestly, I'm not even sure, because once I start doing 24 hours, the 24-hour streams, I wonder what I'm gonna like. I still need time for myself. You know what I mean? Like, I still need to. For example, I feel like I'll want to watch like something. Maybe we'll see. If there's an audience, maybe I wouldn't want to. Like, for example, sometimes I like watching a film, or maybe I want to play like an online video game with some friends. One of their DCs. Well, it isn't late for me, but I don't have any commissions waiting for me at the moment, so I will take that time to... Oh, dude, are you getting commissions, like, all the time now? I haven't asked how well it's going for you. But I assume in the industry that you've decided to enter, that the answer to that is probably yes. Data centers. Yeah, I was thinking... For some reason, I was thinking Washington. One of their Washington DCs, they lost connection. How's it going, Small Knight? Small Knight, I'm just you're from I think I remember you from. I don't know if I'm pronouncing their name correctly or incorrectly, but Tea Time? I think it's Tea Time, right? Also, thank you for the follow, Sake. Oh yeah, hanging around in her stream, yeah. Remember... There are also only two small people I know. You're one of them, and then there's also... Who's the other small? I know... There's another small game dev who streams as well. I think it's Small Box? Small... Shit, I'm butchering. They stream too, I should know. Small boy. I think. Is it Small Boy? Dude, I'm already... Small Block? Small Block? Small Block, it's Small Block Boy. That's close. I get one commission every 2 to 5 days, but also spend like 3 days on them. And I do collaborative work with someone. Let's call them friends, shall we? I see. That's awesome, though. I feel like I wish I had the ability to make art so that I had the But you know, I do know a lot of game devs, or like, for instance, like I know some people don't want to do it because they don't want to, like they have other interests in the field of art. For instance, like, oh, maybe doing game dev art or something like that. But I feel like if I maybe had the talent or the skill set to do that sort of thing, maybe I would also do it. But I don't know. All right. Let me try to figure out what other sort of particles we want. Or we might just start working on the parallax particles. These ones would be somewhat unique, actually. We'd need to... I mean, we could recycle the old particles, but we're going to have to do something about them. Doing art isn't harder than creating games. The thought of being bad at art was the keystone that held you back of even trying it. But yeah, I mean, at least for me, I don't know. Doing the art that I would do. I mean, you've seen my art. Do I even have to show it? I don't think someone would want to commission... I don't think someone would want to commission their art to look like this. Or maybe they do. Maybe someone would like this. If anybody's interested in commissioning me to, you know, for something like this, just let me know. I can make more of this. This is supposed to be a cat. This was your skills 3 years ago? But I mean, this is better than anything I've ever drawn, so. If this was 3 years ago, I'm sure you're making some pretty decent stuff now. All right, so what do we want to do with these particles? Let's grab... Let me see, where is it? Basically, we want to grab each of these. What does this fit into? A 32 by 32, maybe? But this one is a 32... I guess we should throw it into something of this size, which is what? That is... Or if this is the largest one, which it seems like it is, we'll make it based on these dimensions. Or just a little larger, so a... Actually... Seems like a 32 by 32 or 32 by 32 by 32 plus 32 by 32, but the height here is plus 8, we'll say. 32 by 40. And then we multiply this by how many do we have here? I'll put 10 for now, so we can see. We can always reduce it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here, I'm gonna grab them each individually. Just throw it in. You know, now, gonna leave my phone to grind my points. All right, sounds good. I mean, help you as a viewer. Yep. We won't be streaming for too long. I do want to make this look really good because, oh, wait a second. We have these ones as well, which look really good. We'll try it out with this one, and if we like it, we'll do a second set with the these nicer looking ones. Or the alternative ones, I'll say. I don't know if they're nicer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing one. Shit. Wait, and also these are the same thing. This is literally the same texture, but just rotated. Okay. Good. Sad part is that I always miss your later streams. They always end around one hour before you wake up. Are you talking about? So I haven't done the other streams lately. I've or at least in the last 3 days, I've only done my morning streams. Or I've only done this stream. So I think you have nothing to worry about, at least right now. And I don't see myself streaming again. I have to be. You know what I think it is? I think visiting my family is going to be a really good. I think it's going to be really good for me. 1, 2, 3. These are the same. Cause I think it'll be a nice break, and I'll hopefully get back into the groove of like streaming. I mean, 4 hours per day is not bad, but you know, I do want to hit at least 8 hours per day. Not for any particular reason other than like, you know, just to hit, you know, just to get more work done on the stream. It like holds me accountable. So that's what I like about it. You know, I just realized we don't even need to make another sprite sheet. What I could do is just grab this one. Oh, there is an issue though. This one does not fit. Here, I'm just gonna shrink it. Do. All right. So these are the rocks. Let me save this as asteroids. Asteroid particle for parallax .png. And we're going to be throwing this into the chapter 5 particles, or chapter 5 parallax chapter 6, chapter 5. All right, so what I'll do, where are the foreground ones? So we have this one and we have this one too. Right now these ones are static. I'll keep these here for now. I'm going to duplicate this, and we're going to grab room particles. I'm going to duplicate this as parallax particles. Call this parallax particles asteroid. If we're calling this furniture part, we might want to asteroid the PNG TSCN asteroid. All right, so we go into this asteroid texture. We're gonna throw this one. What is this? This is 1, 2, 10. We have to make this unique. And throw in 10 by 1. So they look like that. We want to mess with this altogether as well. So, not sure what we'll make it look like. I think the extents are fine, but the frequency maybe we want to reduce to like 10 once. And then we also, I think, want to increase the initial velocity to like maybe 200 or 500. It seems like the velocity doesn't even matter, but I'm going to try. Oh, maybe it does. I can't tell. Seems like they're not moving at all, though. Oh, they are kind of moving, but I guess... is there velocity? Oh, there's velocity randomness. That's why. Let's set this to 200. We'll reduce this to... Let's say no randomness just yet. The angle... We are adding some spread to it. Let's say I set this to 0 as well, or 45, let's say. What the hell? It seems like they're... Here, let me... Okay, there we go. Well, we have a speed scale, that's why. So we'll mess with the spread for a second. Let me see what that looks like. They're going to be moving around like that. You know, let's just see what it looks like in game like this. I don't think this is what we want it to look like, but I'm gonna just want to see if it's even possible. Parallax. We spelled parallax asteroid incorrectly. All right, so we have a bunch of spinning particles in the background. Let's see what it looks like. Boom, 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 boom. I don't see anything. Where are the particles? Oh, there they are. A little too... We need a room that doesn't show. One, they're moving way too fast. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's way too fast. Can we edit it here? Like, what if I set this to... Boom, boom. It was the speed scale that we were messing with here. So I'll set it to 0.2, save it. Does it get updated? Oh, it does. Cool. Honestly, yeah, not too bad, actually. There is a... With this one, I think we'll want to set the scaling to 0 on the parallax itself. How's it going? Must be dangerous as you are listening to True Asteroids and the battle music from FTL. How's it going, Nikki B? So yeah, the scaling, I think we're gonna want to set it to 1. It's like as if it's in the very close to us. How come we don't see it anymore? The asteroids no longer exist. Oh, there they are. Oh, what the hell? It's like following us way too much. We want the scaling not to be 1-to-1, but 0. That was my mistake. We want it to be independent. There we go. Wait. Well, I don't know why. It feels like we're doing something wrong here. Because now it's freaking... What the hell? Scale. You got a Lenovo Legion. Let's... so you said let's go. You got a Lenovo Legion Go this evening. That's a... I assume that's the... that's a gaming laptop? Oh, it's a portable gaming device. It's a gaming hand. Oh, nice. Is this the Stream Deck killer? Steam Deck. And maybe. Stream Deck, yes. Stream Deck. There's something called a Stream Deck, so yeah, why is it like it's moving along with our honestly, I think what I'll do is I'll throw it into the game as like another parallax. Or I'll throw it into the game as another room particle, but keep it on the background because it's working weird with our parallax here, which is fine though. I wonder why it's doing that though. If we set the scale 1 to 1, that means it moves on its own. But it seems like it's following us. What the hell? What the hell? You know what? It could also be that it's not saving properly. So if we set the motion to 0, that means it's not moving at all, and that means it's following the player. If we set it to 1 to 1, and then here, let me restart the game because that could be causing some issues. Because it shouldn't be, but it is. I think it's still causing issues, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Come on, show us some particles. Yeah, okay. So that's wrong, and then on the 0, for some reason, it's also wrong. Not to worry, though. We'll just throw it in, make it unique on its own. But yeah, I will be calling it here. I'm going to do some more level design stuff off-stream on my own. The level is purple. I like it. Hell, I'm glad you like it. The screen is massive. It is pretty sweet. I mean, that's also like I would like to have a handheld gaming device too. I have a Switch. I gave it to my sister though recently. But yeah, it would be nice to. It's not like, especially certain games, like for instance, even like my game, it'd be nice to test on my own sometimes. Although I already play tested so much on stream or like while I'm working on the game, I would probably not play it too much on my free time. But yeah, playing a game like Celeste, for instance, would be nice. Certain games that don't require too much, like certain games that I would like to play casually, you know, on the side, maybe in bed or while I'm watching something, would be nice too. But yeah, thank you for watching, everyone. If you'd like to wishlist Memory, you already know. It's right there. I greatly appreciate it. It helps with the algorithm. Don't necessarily expect anyone to, you know, buy the game. It's more so just, you know, yeah, it just helps. Kindred Games is streaming. Let's see. There's Kindred Games. There's also Else Dragoon. Kindred Games seems like they're doing pretty well for themselves at the moment. Have it wishlisted? Thank you, Dickie. I do appreciate it. Boom, 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 boom. Potato starch. Some of these people, I don't know who they are. There's some random streamers here. Oh, Pagorli and Cricket are on this one. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go for Else Dragoon. But yeah, thank you for the for watching. And the subs and for the raid from Irish John. Till next time, people. I'll be back maybe 20 hours from now or 18 hours from now, depending on when I wake up. Alrighty. Bye now.